By Xiaofan's injured mother, Dragoni's complexion had gone white due to her own urgency. There is a bad woman trying to kill Gidge, big brother, please go save him. Bai Yan nearly lost her footing once she heard that outcry. Grabbing the girl's shoulder, there's a unmistakable fear in her trembling voice. Where's Xiaofan? Where is he? Mother, I'll fly you to Gidge's location, please get on my back. Unable to afford any time to explain, the little missy transforms back to her dragon form and crouched down so her godmother could get on with ease. Queen. The guards were now also growing extremely troubled after realizing what they're doing. Running over to plead, His Majesty said it's too dangerous out there right now, please stay here and let us go instead. Stern and unyielding, tell Ditsang I'll be back very soon. Dragony, go. Okay. Not wasting another second, Dragony's body zipped through the sky like a lightning bolt, leaving only a trail light of her ever being there in the first place. One of the guards choked out his worry, should we go inform the king? But the king is in battle with those people right now, I fear His Majesty won't be able to separate himself from the fight. We better wait until he returns and then report this. Another demon guard says after weighing their choices. Unlike some of the others out there, these demons are the ones that have only recently came out of the secret domain, so they are very much unaware of Ditsang's love for Bai Yan. It's not just pampering, it's mad love. So, though not intentional, they've pretty much dug their own grave for not reporting the queen's departure. At the front of the city gate, hordes of demons are now standing at ready against the enemy that has come to attack their den. Demon King Ditsang. Crying out this was a middle-aged man in opposition to the defenders, his smile mocking and derisive. Don't you know whose property this stretch of land is? How dare you animals come to the celestial realm? Who gave you such courage? So far I still haven't given my queen her bride's gift. None of the monarchs could comprehend that reply. It was not easy for my queen to fancy a place, since she wants something now, it's only right I lay down my claim to give her. Though mild and light in his tone, Ditsang's words were ridiculously effective to the point where it's making waves among those who's heard it. Then again, who could blame these monarchs for reacting so strongly? They've theorized thousands of possibilities for this invasion. Ambition? Desire for power? Greed? But now it's nothing but a desire to flatter his wife with a bride's gift? What the hell? What sort of reasoning was that? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man breaks out into a wild laugh, his voice ringing out like a bell in this night. Do you think you can subdue the celestial realm with only your strength? How ridiculous. I will show you today that this world is not something you can touch with your filthy hands. By Xiaofan's injured, too, the middle-aged man moved after saying that, and he's fast. However, right as his eagle-like claws of a hand were able to reach Ditsang's face to tear off that skin, the demon king in front suddenly disappeared without a trace and were lost to his eyes. Shocked, he searched for his target in a frantic scan of the front, then that's when the cold hard voice drifted over from his rear. Bang! With a muffled sound of a heavy thud, he stumbles forward in the air and swore inside at his own carelessness. You're a high divine? He asks after collecting himself from the blow, those eyes shocked and alarmed. Isn't the demon realm already weakened beyond compare? Why is this man still able to break into the high divine level? Qin Yuan, quit wasting words with this demon and finish him off. I refuse to believe with all of us attacking at once he can still block us off. Coming out among the assaulting group was a woman. Though beautiful in appearance, the disgust on that face towards the demon king was unabashed and forward. The man may look handsome, but he's a demon and I hate demons. That's the signal for these monarchs to move. They rose from their station posts and took to the air in an encircling position, followed closely by their respective forces from behind. In terms of numbers, the demon realm had thousands here tonight while the celestial realm brought over tens of thousands more, a sizable difference in quantity. Sire, First Elder's expression had furrowed into a frown, me and the other demons will handle those below the high divine level, your majesty can be assured no one will bother your battle with the others. Di Tsang didn't utter a word in response to the elder's promise, instead his gaze turned back to the city where his wife should be. For some unknown reason, he's feeling very uncomfortable inside, like something bad was going to happen. Make this fast, his tone cool and unreadable. That's right, he's going to make this battle come to an end as quickly as possible because he wants to return to his wife's side. Only there would he feel at ease. As you wish, sire. Back over in the opposite end, Dragony was zooming through the night sky at max speed right now. The little missie's very afraid, fearing even a second of delay would cause Bai Xiachen and the old grandpapa to lose their lives. Dragony, how far is the place? It felt like someone's ripping at her heart, so Bai Yan's voice was full of worry when asking. It's just up ahead, mother, we'll be there real quick. The missie's practically sobbing now, so it was not easy to make out her words. At the same time, back over in the valley, Bai Xiachen's bloodthirsty existence continues to draw closer to the venomous bitch that wanted his life tonight. You deserve to die. Towards this huge change in the boy's attitude, the crazy old coot also changed. He's no longer showing the dumb grin like usual, it's focused and deep. Bai Xiachen's injured, 3, swish. Bai Xiachen's swinging punch sets off an audible gush of wind when trying to hit its target. Yun Ruoshi naturally felt threatened when it shot straight for her head, so she ducked in a frantic attempt to dodge. When done, what followed was a huge rumble of an explosion from the rear due to the boulder behind blowing apart from the impact and shattering into hundreds of pieces. Boy, if you got the ability, then follow me. Her expression soon calmed down again after confirming her initial suspicion. Without hesitation, she turns and ran deeper into the forested valley with the boy giving chase from the back. During the entire process, Bai Xiachen had never once relented in his attacks. He pounded away with his little fist and wreaked havoc to the greenery. Some were the direct result of his punches making contact with the ground, thus leaving a crater in its wake. The others were the indirect result of the blast of wind coming out of his swing that left destruction ahead like the boulder from the first punch. However, due to Yun Ruoshi's speed being so much faster and her cunning evasive maneuvers, none of the attacks were able to make contact. This little thing, where the hell did this monster come from? Gnashing her teeth, Yun Ruoshi could say for certain this brat and herself had some sort of great grudge in the previous life. Not long after the three left the premise from the initial clash, one kid attacking the woman and the old coot jumping in chase while being bound, a dragon soon appeared from the sky and descended with haste. Gidge, big brother, was here with that nasty woman. Where did they all go? Bai Yan didn't need any more information and stretched her senses out right away after hearing the girl's confused comment. A second later, she opens her eyes again with clarity in them. They should be in that direction, Dragony, let's chase. No matter who it is, if they dare to touch my son, then they will pay with an ending far worse than death. Okay. Wasting no time at all, Dragony immediately flew in the directed place referred to by Bai Yan. At the deepest part of the valley. Bang! This time Bai Xiachen's palm had landed directly onto Yun Ruoshi's shoulder when she stopped to do something, thus causing an incredible amount of pain to shoot through her veins in that instant and sending her several meters away. Spewing out blood from the mouth, the woman's complexion had turned ghostly white with fear upon realizing she's been caught despite her careful planning of luring the boy here. She was so close. Boom! However, right as she thought she would be getting a real hit at being cornered, Yun Ruoshi's amulet abruptly exploded with light, shrouding her entire body with a protective barrier and repelling the little steambun's hit. What's going on here? A look of fluster filled the woman's eye. She's happy to be saved by the sudden intervention, of course, but she's also very nervous at what this meant because the amulet has never once reacted while in her possession aside from once in the past. That one time, it's only due to that woman dripping a droplet of blood to unleash its power. Bai Xiachen's injured, closing her eyes, a peerless face of a woman appears within Yun Ruoshi's memory. Aside from her, this brat is the only other person capable of getting a response from the moon amulet. For that alone I can't let him live. Under the effects of the glowing white light, Bai Xiaoqin's expressionless face gradually devolved into painful outcry. Crouching down, he roars out with both hands holding his little head, "You get out, you get lost." Yun Ruoshi just stared at him in shock. What is he going on about? Does he think I don't want to run? He's the one who chased after me. Curling into a clump on the grassy dirty, the little steambun's body kept shaking and trembling like he's struggling with something from within. It's excruciatingly painful and tearing him up both physically and mentally. Batty father clearly sealed you inside of me, why are you coming out again? You get lost, you get out of me. I'm going to protect mother on my own, you leave right now. You will hurt mother. You monster, you monster. You get lost. Yun Ruoshi didn't even know what's going on anymore. However, whatever the kid was going through didn't change the situation. Upon realizing this was the opportunity she needed to carry out the remainder of her plan, she did it and slowly paced backwards for a specific boulder that's etched into the hill. Reaching out with her palm, she gently pressed down at a certain indentation. Click. Next second later, the earth around the entire valley started to shake and a huge chunk of the earth in front of herself began to sink in like something was devouring the ground from beneath. Knowing she succeeded, an indescribable glee overtakes the woman and turned her eyes into mad crazed red. This trap was something she discovered by accident many years ago during the turbulent times of her life. Back then some powerful enemies wanted to kill her and pursued her up to this point. Cornered and without help, the younger Yun Ruoshi clung onto this specific rock with her back and begged for mercy. She was honestly lost for hope back then. A weak young girl against multiple powerful individuals that has her cornered like a rat, what else was she supposed to do? But then that's when she accidentally hit the indentation on this rock and activated the trap. She murdered those people with this stroke of luck. Now, just like back then, she's going to murder this brat tonight as well. Xiaoqin, be careful. Right as the ground beneath the boy's about to cave in and allow the bottomless pit to devour his existence, a loud screaming noise cuts in from above. Next thing Bai Xiaoqin knew was a long elegant hand reaching over and pulling him into a protective hug. With Bai Yan's strength, flying away here should have been a breeze for her in this case. However, she doesn't know why either, but there's a powerful attracting force from this trap that made it impossible to get away from. In the end, she and her son were sucked into there like it's some sort of black hole beneath their feet. At the same time, Dragoni had also landed on the ground after coming late. When she saw her immediate family were gone, the little missy hesitated at nothing and jumped in of her own volition. Half a ring later, the ground in this valley returns to normal and the bottomless pit that was here just moments ago were completely gone as well. It's as if the strange black hole never existed in the first place. Of course, that's not true at all because Yun Ruoshi was still standing here to show it had all taken place, and right now, this treacherous bitch has had her entire back drenched in cold hard sweat due to the brief momentary eye contact she made with Bai Yan during her sudden intrusion. Those sharp overbearing eyes, the strong and courageous attitude, it's just like the image from all those years ago. There's no mistaking it in Yun Ruoshi's mind, she's back. Furthermore, the crescent-shaped amulet around her neck was burning hot right now till it's making a sizzling sound around her skin. How can it be? How can she be alive? I saw it with my own eyes when her soul got destroyed. An ominous shudder rocked the bitch's heart. Bai Xiaoqin's injured, slightly closing her eyes, pain and sorrow took over Yun Ruoshi's face. No wonder. No wonder the demon realm is making a comeback. No wonder God is helping the demon realm. Turns out it's because of that fucking woman, she isn't dead. Is she coming back to take what's hers in the past? Is she here to take what I stole? While the wretched bitch was lost in her own spiraling thoughts, the amulet on the other hand could care less and grew hotter like it's never done before. Finding this painful now, Yun Ruoshi rips the darn thing off her neck with the hand and glares at the item with her blazing eyes of rage. What? You want to leave me as well as soon as she's back? Don't forget, you're mine now. That woman only got you due to luck, but you're mine and that won't change no matter what. Bzzzzz bzzzzz bzzzzz. The amulet's vibration intensified like some form of retaliation, which in kind made the woman irater than ever. How are you any different from Chewy God? Damn you all. This world can only belong to me, Yun Ruo Shi. You belong to me, and Chewy God will also belong to me. Yes, that woman is dead. Even if before she was lucky enough to save her own soul somehow, I will make sure she's destroyed for good this time around. Bye-bye, my little bye-bye. The crazy old coot finally manages to catch up in his tied-up manner. I clearly saw my little bye-bye here not long ago. Where did you take her? All confused and lost on his face, the old coot asks the only person he could find. But then, his confusion quickly changed to complete anger when focusing in on the woman. In kind, Yun Ruoshi taunts back with a snarling sneer, that slut by you never should have come into this world. Heck, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth either. Just now I did see her here, and what a pity, you came a minute too late. You will never see her again. Furrowing that old brow in inexplicable confusion, but why? Why can't I see my little bye-bye anymore? Because, just now, she has died. Because, just now, she has died. Those words echoed within the old coot's head like a ringing bell, causing his body to freeze up like ice. No, no, that can't be true. My good granddaughter is good and obedient. She said she will stay with me as I grow old and will inherit my skills. She promised. My good granddaughter never lies, so it must be you who's lying to me. Boom. Who knows where the old coot managed to summon up the strength, but when he flexed his arms in that moment, one of the knots keeping him subdued instantly snapped. Terrified by the sudden change in power, Yun Ruoshi mutters to herself in disbelief, how can it be? This lasso rope is made of a material that can subdue one's soul. How can this crazy old coot make a part of it snap when his powers are sealed? Liars, you are all liars. I won't allow any of you to say my granddaughter is dead. Whoever say my granddaughter is dead deserves to die. I won't let anyone lie to me. Not good. Seeing the mad old coot was about to completely break free and go on a rampage, Yun Ruoshi hurried to crawl away from the spot and fled for the bottom of the valley. She didn't want to spend another minute in this mess after getting what she wanted. By Xiaofan's injured, 6, for Yun Ruoshi's own sake, the decision to scurry away was the right one because in the moment she was gone, the rope binding the old coot promptly snapped apart in its entirety. What followed next was the senior flying down the valley in pursuit like some bounty hunter. 100 meters beneath the valley was a stretch of land littered with withered trees. There's no sunlight here, only darkness and spookiness that sent the skin tingling with discomfort. This was the place where Bai Yen landed in after they fell into the trap activated by the wretched bitch. Loosening her arms that's hugging the boy tightly, this worried mother wanted to examine her son when Bai Xiaofan suddenly pushed her away. Xiaofan? Surprised by the act, she appeared shocked at the denial. Don't come over, mother, please don't come. Stepping away, his shoulders were slouched downwards in a dejected manner as well was his head. It's obvious something bothered the boy to the point where he didn't want to face his own mother. Xiaofan, what's wrong with you? Bai Yen didn't listen and continued to draw closer. Forced to step back again, his little body shook with fear against the overstep of boundary. Mother, I'm very ugly right now, please don't look. So that's it. He's afraid Bai Yen would see his current appearance after having a relapse with the inner monster inside his body. But who was this woman here? She's Bai Yen, the boy's loving and caring mother. There's no way she would turn away at his plead. Embracing him with her own body, the woman's warmth made the boy go stiff but kept his head down anyways to avoid eye contact. Xiaofan, no matter what happens you will always be mother's precious boy. Now look up and let me see what's wrong. Speaking softly in an almost cooing voice, she reaches over to tip the boy's chin so she could get a clear look. As nervous and frightened as he was, the little steam bun didn't resist the gesture and slowly raised his head. Bai Yan could tell how much this affected her son, so she didn't rush it and guided him with the utmost care. Then that's when she realized why. He's still as cuddly and adorable as ever, the same handsome young boy from her memories. However, one of the eyes there had turned a deep red shade. It's evil and cold in nature, that much she was certain, because even her body was shuddering for a second when confronted with that gaze. Finding no words would come of the grim reveal, Bai Xiaochen took this as a form of rejection. Tightly clinging onto that sleeve, tears came swelling out as he sobbed away. Mother doesn't like me anymore. Realizing the blunder she's made, Bai Yan hurries to rectify the mistake by drawing a gentle smile. Your new look isn't so bad, it's quite handsome even. Startled at first by what he's heard, the boy stares up in disbelief. Mother doesn't dislike me? You silly, why would I dislike you? You are mother's precious baby boy, no matter what you change into, I will always love you. That will never change. Hugging to give her son a peck on the forehead as reassurance, Bai Yan didn't lie and said everything from the hearts down. But mother, I'm scared still. Throwing his head into the woman's chest to cover his eyes, those fingers gripped even harder against Bai Yan's sleeve to show his insecurity. I'm afraid I will hurt you. Taken aback by that comment, why you say that? After a long while of silence and contemplation, Bai Xiaochen finally mustered another wave of courage to give his reasoning. Mother, do you remember the last time when you were attacked by the shadow guards from the palace? In order to fend them off, something happened within my body and allowed me to gain more power than I normally would have. Gently snugging his head against her breast to gain some more comfort, he continues with a sad face, but this time, I completely lost control. I didn't even recognize myself during the process. If not for that amulet around the bad woman's neck suddenly intervening with that strange light, I'm scared I would have continued to attack everyone indiscriminately. Bai Xiaochen's injured. 7. I know it's thanks to that amulet that I can be me again, but it also turned me into this grotesque form. Bai Xiaochen heavily sighs and covers the red eye with his hand. Going white from alarm, Bai Yan didn't want to mess around after hearing this and poured her senses into the boy for examination. Impossible, how can your body be manipulated by another person? I've probed your body, Xiaochen. You only have your soul inside, so it's impossible for such a thing to happen. Shaking his little head cluelessly, I don't know either, mother, I only know my mind went blank in that moment and that there's a voice telling me to kill everyone. Then that's when my body began to move on its own. Thank goodness I drove Dragoni away, otherwise I might have hurt her in that moment. Trembling in her voice now, Bai Yan tightly wounds her arms around the boy. Believe in me, Xiaochen, mother here will never let you be hurt. But mother, I'm afraid of hurting you. Bai Xiaochen also wounds his little hands around her body for comfort. I can feel it right now, I might lose control at any time. If the day comes where I can no longer recognize anyone, you and Batty father mustn't be soft on me. Stiffening up in her body, Xiaochen. Because mother is my most important person, I don't want you to be hurt. Drawing a precious smile of warmth and fear, Bai Xiaochen's appearance only brought even more pain to Bai Yan's heart despite his failed attempt at making the situation better. In the end, Bai Xiaochen was still only a child. How could he know what a mother's heart thought? Asking her to kill him when the time comes? Absolutely not. Son, everything has a solution, believe in me, I'll find a solution. Standing up with her boy in hold, she prints a kiss on his forehead to seal the promise. Besides, if you hadn't been there, I might have perhaps already given up long ago. Bai Xiaochen didn't protest to that statement, he just knew his mother might say that, so when the time comes, he's going to request the same thing from his old man. The only issue would be the after-the-fact consequences. His mother might hate his old man for the rest of her life. Gidge, Dragoni timidly gets closer as well and reaches out to hold his hand. I will also help you. Smiling brilliant at the girl's support, mother won't be lonely if Dragoni is with her, and there's my little sister who still isn't born yet. Xiaochen, Dragony, let's go and find a way out of this place first. Narrowing her eyes into a slit after saying that, the contour of Yun Ruoshi appears within Bai Yan's mind. She kept getting the sensation that she knew that woman from somewhere, especially that amulet around the neck. It's very familiar. Demon City. At the mouth of this city, the man whom rules over this place continues to stare down from the sky at those who dared to invade his property. Forget about harming him, they couldn't even touch the corner of his sleeve at this moment. However, Di Tsong's heart continued to grow more dire and uneasy with each wasted minute. Yen Yen? The man suddenly gripped his hand into a ball after reaching out for a second time with his senses. First Elder, you deal with these people. I got something I need to do first. The command greatly startled the senior, who was still locked in battle with the weaker foes among the many attackers, his eyes showing surprise. Let me handle it. How am I supposed to deal with that many high divines? Sire, where are you going? First Elder asks with trembling nervousness. Bai Xiaofan's injured, 8, my wife is gone. Having said this, Di Tsong's bursts into a flash of light and shot towards the outer perimeters of the city. The queen's gone? First Elder nearly cried out those words when repeating it in his head. The queen's missing? Why did no one come inform us of such a big matter? Want to leave? Those high divines didn't miss this of course and attacked the demon king from behind. Scram! Suddenly, a roar of extreme anger booms out of the man's throat, setting off a torrent of shockwave that swept across the battlefield. For the stronger ones they were still fine, only stumbling backwards and a bit of a daze from the intense sound wave, but the weaker ones were directly blown away across the air and ground until they eventually lost consciousness. Finding their kings about to completely disappear from view, First Elder finally came back to his senses and stiffly turned towards the sky and ground that's still densely packed with enemies. First Elder, what are we going to do? Another demon asks with a nervous face from one side. What else can we do? Drawing a bittersweet smile, First Elder glances down at his storage bag. It looks like I can only resort to using the trump card in my possession. Trump card? This is what Lady Suzaku gave me. That said, First Elder slowly took out a yellow talisman from his storage bag. She knew we are attacking the celestial realm, so this is her backup plan in case we encountered some sort of danger we can't handle. In the moment he tears the yellow paper, a rush of intense heat gushes forward and virtually engulfs the entire night sky in a color of red. Now, a burning bird of flame materializes through the summon. Lady Suzaku, Her Highness the Queen is missing and His Majesty has left in search of her. I implore you to dismiss these people who dares to come make trouble for us. Not saying a word, the giant bird of flame flaps her wings with deadly heat, incinerating the grass and scorching the earth beneath as she does so. There were many cries of pain that came of her mere casual act, but it's still more than enough to make those high divines scurry around in order to avoid being burned like the rest of the weaklings. However, that doesn't mean they couldn't counterattack. When an opening popped up in Suzaku's demeanor, one of the men went straight for her eye with his blade. Against the impudence given to her by this insect, this legendary vermilion bird only found it humorous. That's right, humorous and disgusted by their lack of self-awareness. Bang! One sweep, that's all it took to send the offender shooting down from the air and onto the ground. A crater and a splash of meat was all that's left of the man to show he ever lived. This enraged the remaining high divines from the enemy's side of course. They swarmed her, and under normal circumstances she wouldn't be able to escape either. However, Suzaku had no intentions of dodging or escaping because the intense heat from her flaming existence bordered on the level of magma. Merely drawing close to her body would melt rocks and metals alike. Shit! One of them saw this sudden increase in heat and knew the mistake they were about to do. Sadly, it was obviously too late because that wing of fire had already swooped up into their faces. Bai Xiaofan's injured, 9, like the last, one of the flames ends up hitting another man's chest and causing him to shoot downwards in a loud splattering smack. As it so happens, the second also landed right next to the first to make them a pair. We've been deceived by Miss Ruoxi. One of the older high divine finally realizes this and yelled his opinion out with anger shaking through his body. She is clearly not asking us to come deal with the demon realm, she sent us here to die. When did we ever offend her? How can she treat us like this? Not only did they suffer tremendously after fighting the Demon King for so long, they didn't even get to touch the guy after Di Tsang left, and now there's a bird as well. There's no way they would believe Yun Ruo. She didn't know about the strength of the demon realm, but she still tricked them into coming. With everything considered, there's only one answer: she wants them to die. Fight? How are we supposed to fight? Most of my people are already dead. If I continue then I won't survive either. Another middle-aged man also cries out in rage. Immediately, they all exchanged a look between themselves and a single word blew up in their hearts. Run. The second they vented their desire, each and every single one of these high divines were making a dash for the other way. Likewise, the subordinates that made up the remaining army had also dropped their weapons and turned tail. What point was there to staying if their masters and mistresses were already fleeing? In an instant, the peace was restored to the gates of this city, leaving only a field of corpses to prove there's been a vicious battle taking place. Despite the crumbling order of the enemy forces, Suzaku didn't give chase here tonight, only staring down at the members of the demon realm before her reddish body of flame slowly dematerialized following the bristling wind. Deep in the valley, a purplish figure makes a huge sonic boom as he speared through the air and lands directly onto the spot where Bai Yen was before she got devoured by the earth. There's a deep frown on the man's face as a gloom shrouded over his body. Sire. Behind Di Tsang were the two demons in charge of protecting Bai Yen. They likely felt the threatening intent seeping out of their king, so their bodies were extremely nervous and shaky. Didn't I order you two to protect my wife? Is this how you carry out my commands? Sire, it's your son the prince, something has happened to him. We couldn't stop the queen. Turning around, Di Tsang's menacing glare locks onto the two kneeling fools. Then why didn't you come inform me? Kissing the ground with their heads now, the guards didn't dare to lie. We didn't dare come disturb you while you were fighting those from the celestial realm. We were going to wait until you're finished then report it. Bang! Raising a blast of wind with whatever maneuver he did, Di Tsang's hit directly sends the speaking guard flying out until he hits a tree several meters away, causing him to splutter blood out of his mouth from the injury. Do you know why I want to conquer the celestial realm? It's because my wife wants it, your queen wants it, that's why I'm going to bring it to her. If without her, what use do I have for this celestial realm? And forget about this place, even the demon realm pales to compare with her importance. Something as important as my wife's disappearance and you're still daring to keep it a secret from me? Anger swelled from within the demon king's heart, causing his cold harsh voice to inch towards the will to kill. If anything happens to my wife, know this, I won't let any of you off. I'll find you. Cold sweat takes hold across these guards' body, causing their clothes to become drenched in their own liquid. As a result, the nightly cold wind just became even chillier to the point it's making their temperature drop drastically in this case. Very soon, First Elder also arrives on scene after the battle concluded in his end. Half kneeling there, his voice was respectful and worried. Sire, did you locate Her Highness yet? Grim in his voice, Di Tsang's hands gripped even tighter over what he's about to say. My bond with her tells me she should have been here. The reply startled the elder. How come we don't see her then? Then Her Highness, the elder asks with careful thought in his wording. But before he could finish his sentence, Di Tsang had already interrupted him. Dig. Even if you have to dig 3 feet underneath, I want her located. With wind blowing against his robe, Di Tsang's eyes lands firmly onto the ground in front of himself with definite light in there. He's sure something was amiss in this valley and he's going to find out why. Yes, sire. First Elder readily complies. Cool in his voice, he turns to the 2 guards that's still nearby and hands down the command. did you not hear the king's order? Go and gather everyone. We're going to turn this entire valley upside down if we have to. Despite one of the demon guards being injured, the two nevertheless scuttled away without delay. They're very afraid of what the future awaits them both for failing to protect the queen. At this moment back in the dark dead forest underneath the valley, Bai Yan and her two children continues to trek forward with extreme care in case there are dangers lurking nearby. Mother, will Batty Father come find us once he knows we're missing? Bai Xiaofan asks with a look of guilt plaguing all over his little face. If I hadn't insisted on coming then none of this would have happened, it's my fault for dragging Dragony and Mother into this mess. Tightly holding her boy's hand as reassurance, your father will certainly come look for us, don't you worry. Besides, we can't simply rely on him to come save us, we must look for a way out using our own strength. Not to mention we've lived for so many years without him to begin with, I refuse to believe we can't leave this strange underground forest just because we're alone again. But, the boy hangs his head in a dejected manner. It's not like the little steam bun was being exceptionally bleak in this situation, rather that he's taking into account of everyone involved. There's his unborn little sister here still, so any sort of danger would become a major threat. Mother, I'm sorry, biting his lip while trying to hold back his tears, I should have listened and stayed at the palace, that way Dragony and you wouldn't be in danger with me, it's all my fault. The remark left Bai Yan stiff as a rock. Apparently being so concerned about finding a way out has left her blind to the woes of her own son in this case, which made her feel all the more guilty for not taking better care of the two kids. Son, you mustn't think like that, I am very happy that you came with Dragony to look for me. Giving both kids a hearty hug, a flowery smile blossoms from her face, believe in me, the both of you, I will get us all out of this underground forest. Also, you are looking down at your unborn sister too much, she's very strong and will get through this just fine. It seems the comforting words had an effect on the boy because he's now looking upwards at the woman's face with hopeful light in those eyes again. Okay mother, I believe in you. I'll find you, too, shush. From out of nowhere, a slight rustling sound at the front catches Bai Yan's attention. Alarmed, she snatches both her children to get behind while she scans the area for signs of danger. Very soon, she's discovered the source. It's a pair of eyes hiding deep inside the greenery and it's staring at her location. Normally she wouldn't be afraid of anything, that's just how her personality works, but this time Bai Yan became very uncomfortable under this intense gaze. It's as if a poisonous snake had wrapped its body around her and made it difficult to breathe. Dragony also felt this distinctly unpleasant sensation. Scurrying to get behind those legs for cover, she timidly clenched onto her mother's dress for protection. Mother, I'm scared, there's something terrible over there. Can we not go? It's fine, you two stay here and wait for me, I must go investigate this because it's likely the only way for us to leave this place. Loosening her hands around the two nervous kids, Bai Yan gives one final glance behind herself before treading forward with firm strides in those legs. Surprised at being left behind, Bai Xiaofan hurries to reach out. Wait mother, I want to come with you. I'm going too. Dragony hurriedly expressed her wishes as well, not wanting to be left behind no matter the fear. Now that's left Bai Yan in a bind. After much consideration, she knew there's no other choices here but to take them along. Regardless of her order, these two would definitely tag along, so why bother going against their will? Fine, but you two must stay behind me and not run off no matter what. Having said that, she returns her attention back to the front for whatever's lurking in that darkness. There's no way she's going to allow a mistake at this point to happen. That is. Bai Yan suddenly halted in her steps after getting a clearer view. There's shock plastered all over that face. It's an altar, and atop of this altar was a monster that's being bound to it by multiple spears piercing through its body. So why would Bai Yan call this creature a monster? Of course it's because of that appearance. A goat's head with a body shape similar to that of a snake. What a mishmash of characteristics, to say it's a combination of multiple races wouldn't be an exaggeration in this case. Now here's the spooky part. Despite that body being drained of blood like a husky mummy, Bai Yan could clearly tell it's still alive. Those eyes definitely moved the second it noticed the uninvited guests here, just that the air it gave off was different to what she felt earlier. What does that mean? There's another creature besides this monster here. Human, it's fate that have led you here, release me and I will give you gifts beyond your wildest dream. The goat-head monster gradually opened its dry husky jaw and spoke. Though crackling and hoarse due to the condition his vocals were in, this monster's voice still left Bai Yan unnerved from top to bottom. It's a feeling she never experienced before despite how weak it sounded for an old-timer. Let you go? Bai Yan snickers derisively at that foolish request. If I did let you go, then what assurances do I have that you won't kill me on the spot? Do you think I'm that stupid? The monster actually appeared taken aback by the rebuttal. Apparently he didn't think others would ever reject his promise. Human, you don't know who I am? I am Dragon God. If you release me from this binding, then I can give you countless benefits. Dragon God? Rubbing her chin, Bai Yan's eyes examined the self-proclaimed Dragon God repeatedly. Ticking the corner of her lips upward, you look more like a goat with a snake's body. Which part of yourself looks like a dragon here? The monster's expression became visibly floored on the face. This human, she doesn't know me? It can't be, my legendary tales have been lost from this world over the years of my confinement. I'll find you. 3. The monster glared at the impudent woman, showing a sharp light that shouldn't be possible since those eyes had long bordered on the line of mummification. Little girl, your body is giving off the smell of those ancient bone dragons. If I am correct, the bone quill in your possession belongs to my subordinates. Now do you know my identity? Bai Yan appeared stunned on the face. The bone quill she used as a weapon was something she received while training in the holy domain. To be seen through with only a glance when she never brought it out definitely pushed her on the defensive. After throwing that out there, the monster then turns to the little missy who immediately shrank backwards for cover. Dragoni doesn't know why either, but the second that gaze stared over in her direction, an instinctive fear instantly took over. It's almost like a natural instinct to cower before that monster, or that's what she's feeling right now anyways. This girl is a descendant of that guy. But her strength, that's just unsightly. Making a frown, the monster returns his attention to the woman after being displeased by what he saw. Let's do this then. Release me from this binding and I will enhance the girl's strength. How about that? That guy? Bai Yan didn't say anything, only staring down at her goddaughter in deep thought. Dragoni is the daughter of the last dragon chief. Who is this monster referring to by that guy? Was there some kind of mix-up in her birth? That Dragoni is an orphan picked up by the previous dragon chief and not his real daughter? Or is she also like me, someone that has a previous life and reincarnated in this? But there's no way this monster will me the truth. He's obviously a cunning one and will drag the matter out if I ask. What's more, there's still another monster nearby. I can't take the risk. I don't know you well, nor can I believe any of the promises you give me. What if I free you and you kill me in a flash? Wouldn't I have done more than I can swallow? All smiles on her face, she's clearly trying to steer the conversation in a certain direction with that. The lack of trust enraged the monster a bit. I am the great dragon god. How dare you question my reliability? If you don't free me, then I will kill you the second I break free from these spears. Shrugging, you are already crying about murdering me. Why should I care at all? Sorry, but I haven't lived enough in this life yet, so I don't want to die for the time being. The mummified body of the monster actually trembled profusely due to the rage circulating through his veins. Furthermore, he didn't bother to hide the killing intent in those eyes anymore and released it full mount and made the party stumble backwards a step. At first Bai Yan intended to leave this monster and move on, but then that same uncomfortable sensation of a snake wrapping around her neck had come again. Who? SCZ slithering through the grass was a snake of turquoise green after followed the sound to get a better view. It's small in size, only about her arm in length, but Bai Yen could swear every bell under her skin had been rung in that second and brought her to full alarm. Half a moment later, the snake had come before the party and stopped. Without saying another word, that body gradually stretched and elongated until it took on a human form. It's a woman wearing a dress similar in color to its scales. However, the most eye-catching feature wasn't what she wore, rather it's her face. Half of it was covered in snake scales akin to a mask. Little girl, the words of this guy are not credible. If you release him, then he's going to kill you right away. Half Ching Sing, half great beauty, what nonsense are you spouting, you slut? Livid on his face, the monster lashes out in furious rage. I am Dragon God, you think I will lie? Little girl, hurry and release me, this insidious bitch is not to be trusted. Everyone who has ever come here has been killed by her, just like how she's going to do to you. I'll find you, for, Che, half Ching Sing draws her lips into a seductive yet cold smirk. Dragon Flame, it's not good for you to always deceive the humans who come here. If it wasn't for me being unable to draw close to your body, I would have long killed you. After saying that, the snake woman with half of her face covered in a scale mask turned to Bai Yen, her eyes a verdant green of eerie discomfort. Little girl, this dragon's words are not credible, so you must never trust him. In response, Bai Yen just sneered due to her own experience, but I don't believe in snakes either. Going stiff from the unexpected answer, the snake woman had to take a long moment before recollecting herself and breaking out into a giggling laugh. You really are interesting, little girl. Why would you think us snakes are liars? Apologies, but my impression of snakes isn't very good from past experiences. That's right, she hasn't forgotten how the snakes tried to connive after his husband and how they tried to kill her boy and herself. With these points alone, any sort of fondness had been crushed. Ha ha ha. Dragon Flame saw the ugly expression brewing on the demoness face and burst out laughing. Half Ching Sing, do you hear that? This little girl doesn't trust you, so you're not any better than me. After the taunt, the mummified goat snake turns back to Bai Yen. Unlike the last exchange, his tone was much gentler this time around. Little girl, hurry and release me, I will give you a great deal of benefits if you do so. Turning sharp in the eyes as well after being repeatedly bombarded with requests, Bai Yen swept her gaze across both of them and made her stance. I won't believe either of you. Just like the snake, Dragon Flame's expression also turned into a rock. He's extremely annoyed at this point but pressed the inner anger down anyways out of fear for breaking any chances he has of escaping. It's then Bai Xiachen finally spoke up, his eyes sparkling with devious light when staring at half Ching Sing. Since you have such deep hatred for this dragon god, why didn't you finish him off yourself? Almost holding the boy in contempt in her face, the snake answered with snappiness in that voice, you think I didn't try? If I can kill this old thing, then I would have done so long ago. Why would I ask others to do that if I could? That said, she turns her head towards the altar again where a giant sword lies planted to the ground. Though the sword handle had long rotted away due to age, the gleaming light from the blade was just as bright since the day it was forged. It's obvious to anyone with half a brain that the sword was extremely and unusually sharp. Do you see that sword? Pick it up and stab the blade into Dragon Flame's chest, it will finish off the last spark of life in him. As long as you help me kill this old bastard, then I will send you out of this god-forsaken place. How come you don't do it yourself? Asked the little steam bun again, his face and voice found only in a curious baby. Laughing, us demons are unable to draw close to that sword, only a human can wield it. If it wasn't because of this guy's heart being nearly impenetrable, I would have killed him with my own hands long ago. So that's why Nodding his head like he's enlightened by the explanation, Bai Yen smiles slyly at his own mother. Mother, why don't you go pick up the sword like she says? Bai Yen naturally knew what her boy wanted in this case and played along just as well. Nodding with a smile, she slowly proceeded to the giant sword. Half Ching Sing saw this, which made her lose control from elation. She could no longer hold back the joy inside and involuntarily revealed the cheeky cunningness of someone that has achieved their goal in an evil plot. Human girl, you mustn't listen to this snake. Growing dire in his bloodshot eyes, Dragon Flame sounded almost frantic in his voice now. If you kill me, then the next one to go will be you. Bai Yan continued to ignore the rants of this goat-head monster and did what she set out to do. With one pull from both her hands, the giant sword weighing over 1,000 jins was finally released from its resting spot and held up in the air. Note: 1 jin equals 0.5 kilograms. It's an old Chinese measurement founded in 1959. Hardly used outside of China but still used today in markets. I'll find you, 5, I say. If this sword can kill this goat-head monster, then it can also kill you, right? Fiddling with the sword in a playful manner, Bai Yan locks eyes with Half Qing Sing and made the demoness freeze up. What do you mean by that? If my guesses are right, your strength used to be extremely powerful, so your body is also very sturdy, meaning general weapons are useless against your skin. Is that also correct? Deepening in her smile, Bai Yan continues with fangs baring, this sword, since it can pierce through his heart, it can also do the same to you as well, am I right? The demoness grew livid at what this was leading to. Stinking girl dares to scheme against me. If Bai Yan had showed the intent to betray her earlier, then Half Qing Sing would never have allowed her to get close to the sword, but that clearly wasn't the case. In fact, the entire time she felt it was the opposite. Bai Yan wanted to help her. I thought the snakes were a cunning race. Why would you think I would help you when I explicitly said I didn't like snakes? Shrugging, Bai Yan smugly grins at the foe and made the dragon god relax again. Girl, I didn't think you would be so fitting of my appetite. When dealing with a slut like Half Qing Sing, what you did there is the right decision, ha ha ha. Swish. The sword came flying over as soon as he threw those words out there, causing the goat monster's skin to bleed from the contact and staining his scales red. What are you trying to do? Dragon Flame exclaims with great anger. Tucking the sword back into her hand, Bai Yan playfully wipes the blood with her sleeve. Nothing much, I'm only trying out this sword to see if it's sharp. The answer nearly made the dragon god puke out blood because that gesture almost scared him to death. What's wrong with this human girl? I didn't say anything to offend her, so why is she using me to test the sword? Little girl, Dragon Flame flickers his eyes back and forth in deep thought before speaking out with temptation. How about you help me kill this snake? If you kill her, then I'll do 3 things for you. Rubbing her chin, Bai Yan seems to have another idea in mind. How are you supposed to help me when you're all tied up? This. Showing a frown on his old goat face, isn't that easy? You release me and I will help you do the 3 things you ask. I am Dragon God, I will never betray my benefactors. I can't trust you. She never trusts strangers, let alone a monster carrying a goat head and a snake's body. What's more, the sensation from these 2 beings weren't good on any level. One felt like he wanted to eat her, while the other wanted to strangle her. In the end, neither of them were good choices. However, beaming a light in her eyes, Bai Yan throws out her main objective. If you bond a contract with me, then I will consider working with you, how about it? Dragon Flame's expression turned into a disbelieving popsicle. This little human girl wants to contract me? How ludicrous. I am Dragon God. No human girl will force me into servitude. Little girl, I can do 3 things for you, so let's drop the subject about the contracting. I'll find you, 6, oh. Then I got no other choices then. Shrugging at the old goat's unwillingness, she continues to smile without care. I only offered you the deal because I don't like the sinister nature of the snakes. If you aren't willing, then I can always offer Half Qing Sing the same deal and help her kill you. The demoness didn't take that indirect threat very well at all. In fact, her face had turned ugly when speaking out to shoot the notion down. Dragony Flame, I will never sign a soul-binding contract with her. In other words, you don't have a reason to play along with the human because she won't do it, hence defaulting on Bai Yan's poised threat. Sure enough, the indecisive goat stopped swaying after hearing that reassurance and bellowed out a laugh. Little girl, you can stop threatening me now. I am Dragon God, a being far beyond the comprehensions of a measly human. How can you ever think of soul-binding me with a ritualistic contract? Not getting impatient, Bai Yan didn't respond right away and instead found a nearby tree to take a seat. One arm holding her boy and the other combing through her daughter's hair, she was all comfy and happy in her position. I don't mind waiting, you can think on it. Choose to leave here and regain your freedom, or continue to live out the rest of your life in this miserable and godforsaken place, the choice is yours. After throwing that out there, she went ahead to close her eyes for rest and waited. Demon City. All the demons gathered here today were trembling with terrible fright right now due to the oppressive might of the Demon King sitting on the throne. Why did none of you locate my wife yet after more than half a month? The man's voice sounded extremely cold, choking even to those beneath with his every word. Eventually it was First Elder who worked up the courage to answer, Sire, we have dug 100 feet into the ground and still found no traces of Her Highness. Might I ask, are you sure the Queen is in that place? You think my instincts are wrong? Di Tsang's frustration could literally be felt by everyone at this point, making the atmosphere in this throne room all the more suffocating. Continue to dig, do not come back to see me if you can't find my wife. Bowing his head, First Elder and the rest of his subjects complied in unison, yes sire. Very soon, the only one remaining was the Demon King himself. Once he's alone, Di Tsang could no longer keep supporting his body and tiredly fell back against his throne chair. Muttering helplessly to himself, Yen Yen, if you're not by my side then what point is there to my life? I've said it before, I will turn heaven and earth in order to find you. Not even hell will block me from you. Back over in the underground valley, Bai Yan remains closely seated to the altar and was oblivious to the commotion she caused due to her own disappearance. Fine, I promise you. Dragon Flame finally gave in after seeing the woman had no intention of budging after all these days of waiting. However, this wouldn't be the end of it for this dragon god. Once he regains his strength, the goat monster had every intent to forcibly break the contract and make her pay. Seeing through to the monster's scheme, Bai Yan draws her lips into a cheeky smirk. Want to scheme against me? We will see who gets stronger first, you recovering quicker or me growing faster. Since I am not as strong as you right now, there are risks involved if we continue with the contract. She explains in a relaxed manner, the minimal affect is the failing of the ritual if you give resistance, the major is endangering my life at the end of it, so. I'll find you, 7, narrowing her eyes into a slit, a flash of cold light glimmers in those irises, Xiaofan, I'll leave this sword here with you. If you see this guy showing any signs of resistance, kill him right away. The monster recognized Dragoni's identity but didn't with her boy, that's why she left this command just in case as a bluff and not a real threat. Okay, the little steam bun nodded immediately in understanding. Don't worry mother, if he dares to so much as flinch, I will kill him immediately. Pleased by her boy's reassurance, Bai Yan didn't need to wait and closed her eyes in order to spread out the feelers for the ritual. Not good. The snake went white from this. She wanted to stop this from happening, however, the second she inched forward was when her eyes caught a glimmer of that sword. As a result of this hesitation, she retreated and left the two to finish their ritual. The contract has been reached, now I will fulfill my promise to release you. With a stretch of her hand, the giant sword instantly flies into her grasp and allowed her to slice down, slashing the chains and destroying part of the metallic spears pinning the old monster in place. Dragon Flame definitely showed an elated face after being freed, but that excitement promptly turned to dismay in the next second until it devolved into full-blown anger. He rushed Bai Yan like he's seen a lifetime menace from out of the blue. It's you. It's you, you're the one who locked me here in this godforsaken place. I'm going to kill you. Bang! But before his body could even draw close to Bai Yan, an invisible force had repelled his charge and sent him rolling back multiple meters away. This was the constraint of being bound by a familiar contract. Due to this reasoning, Dragon Flame wouldn't be able to hurt his own mistress. Snickering at the damnable goat monster, it looks like my premonition is correct, you indeed want to hurt me. Fortunately I've contracted you, now you can't do anything against me anymore. Spewing fire from his eyes, the dragon god snaps back, how dare you say such despicable words to me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state to begin with. If I had known from the beginning, I would rather be chained for the rest of my life than to do this deal. Bai Yan actually got surprised by the outcry of her familiar, you know me? Don't pretend like you don't know anything. You may have changed your shell but I will recognize you even if I turn to ash. Now through this contract I am certain it is you. She's absolutely dumbfounded by this twist of event. Why do I get the feeling this monster really does know me, and sounds like I'm the one who locked him away here in the first place? Dragon Flame then pointed to the remaining parts of those spears still inserted in his body, you also used these things to seal my strength. Don't think for a minute you can deny you're her. This, scratching her nose, Bai Yan cracks an awkward laugh to defuse the situation, I really don't know anything regarding the stuff you mentioned, I only came to the celestial realm recently. Before that I was always in the human world and demon realm. Now it was the dragon god to become confused by what he's heard. Human world? Demon realm? What the heck are you going on about? You think I will believe the nonsense you are saying? Shrugging at being called a liar, believe it or not, I've never seen you before. As for why I'm here, I fell into this place by accident and didn't know a way out. I'll find you. 8. Dragon Flame saw there's no deceit in Bai Yan's eyes so his expression gradually softened up. My judgment can't be wrong, you're clearly that bitch. But first I'll deal with this snake, then I will come back for you. He turns and locks onto the demoness with his cold hard grin, those eyes burning with fire. Half Ching Sing, I'm sure you had a lot of fun torturing me over the years, now I finally got a chance to get revenge, ha ha ha. The snake shuddered in fear over that proclamation. Taking several steps back in haste, her expression was that of someone meeting their doom, that's the level of despair she felt. Over. This time I'm dead. Wait. Just as the goat monster was about to begin his torture, a crisp-sounding voice cuts in. Turning around in bad spirit at the source, what? I can't kill you already, now you won't let me kill this snake either? I only don't want to put her to waste. As it so happens today, me and my kids are interested in having snake soup for dinner. Snake soup? Bai Xiaochen's eyes immediately lit up, Mother, I haven't had snake soup in a long time, I want snake soup. I also want to try Mother, I never tasted snake soup before. Dragoni also decides to chime in, her mouth slightly drooling from the prospect of food. Half Ching Sing's complexion grew increasingly dire, her body continuing to retreat from the party. Are you humans always this insidious? I only wanted to use you earlier, not kill you, why can't you spare me? Unfazed by that defense, Bai Yan just smiled and pointed out the flaw in that logic, from what I see, that's a lie. Those piles of bones over there, they're the humans that came before us, right? You killed them, just like how you were going to kill us if we couldn't lift up that sword. The snake became stiff as a rock, not denying that theory. Taking a step to lean forward in a taunting manner, Bai Yan continues with a nonchalant air to herself, if it wasn't because I took control of the whole situation, you wouldn't be begging me right now, so there's nothing insidious about what I'm doing. The snake continued to remain silent, only biting her lip as if each word was a form of sentencing in court. There's a whole layer of sweat spewing out of her forehead at this point, that's how scared she was. Nevertheless, the demoness eventually worked up the courage and asked with grit between her teeth, so what are you going to do? Thickening in her grin until it's almost a snarl, Bai Yan didn't bother to hide her plan, you are in luck. If it was in the past then I would have turned you into soup, no questions asked. However, I am currently short on helping hands as of late. With your thick skin, using you as a shield would be plenty useful, so long as you recognize me as your mistress through a slave contract, that is. Astonished on her face, Half Ching Sing practically cried out her reply without another thought, slave contract? You want to enslave me? The reasoning behind the outcry was the different treatment between the two parties. For Bai Yen and Dragon Flame, their bond was that of mistress and familiar, an equal level of control between them both. To be clear, it's not like she didn't want to subjugate the goat monster to her whims through this deal, just that the strength disparity between herself and said dragon god was too much of a stretch. Even if she did manage the enslavement contract, it would have been pointless because the side effects would have been only detrimental to herself. Now this was where Half Qing Sing differed. She's hardly as strong compared to the old goat, only at upper level of the bottom divine stage, plenty of room for Bai Yen to fully enslave without any consequences. I'll find you. 9. Now do you want to live, or do you want to become snake soup for tonight's dinner? Bai Yen continues to toss out her threat while rubbing the giant sword in her hand as a constant reminder she's not joking around. A wave of numbing shudder ran through the snake's backbone after coming up with the picture of herself being dunked into a pot and cooked for an hour. Why does this human woman sound more insidious and slyer than us snakes? Mother, I still think it's a better idea to turn her into snake soup. Licking his lip with that tongue of his, Bai Xiaofan's appearance was all innocent and lovely like a hungry child waiting for his food on the dinner table. However, in the eyes of the one being placed on the chopping block, Half Qing Sing only found the boy the most hateful and evil here among the group. She's not a sicko that's into necromancy, she also wants to live. You're really going to let me live after I make a contract with you? She nervously asks again with biting unease. Shooting a cold and borderline indifference look in return, Bai Yen wants to make sure the snake understands her own position in this trade. Then what makes you think I can't kill you now and turn you into soup anyways? Spluttering for a proper reply, the snake had to take a good moment to collect herself after that remark. Maybe you are into torturing others, maybe you got that kind of fetish. What did you just say? Bai Yen snaps back harshly for being accused of such nasty things. Sure enough, that sort of tone immediately mowed down any discontent in the snake's attitude because it's obvious even to this demoness that's a taboo subject. I will contract with you. No. Dragon Flame bursts out in protest, I don't agree. You damn coward, didn't you say you will never contract with her? What do you think you're doing? If Half Qing Sing does end up in a contract with Bai Yen, then how was he supposed to get payback on the blasted snake? Snorting at the goat monster's attempt at making her feel bad, and you said you will never yield either, what happened to that? Aren't you also in a contract with her now? If you can go back on your words to save your own hide, then why can't I? Trembling with either rage or embarrassing shame, not sure which emotion was the stronger force here, the dragon god swings his goat head back to Bai Yen. At first he wanted to say something to make his case, but that promptly got cut off by the woman herself instead. I don't care how you get revenge on Half Qing Sing, just don't hurt her life. She's still useful to me. As annoyed and unwilling as he was, Dragon Flame huffs and huffs but relented in the end. What else could he do but suck it up? However, the fact that he could still get revenge on the blasted snake did leave his mood in a better place. So what if I can't take her life? There's plenty of other ways to make her suffer, kakaka. Just you wait, Half Qing Sing, I will pay you back for all the humiliation you brought me and more. The old goat grinds these words out, fire spewing from his tongue. A humph, Bai Yen suddenly makes a dry cough, interrupting their conversation with her own inquiry. Dragon Flame, just now you assumed I was another person, did you not? Well, I like to know if that person is also the one who tossed Half Qing Sing in here, or is that someone else entirely? The dragon god's answer fell into the latter by the way he shook his head. No, I in fact don't know Half Qing Sing prior to being sealed here. I don't know who left her here or why she can't leave, I only know this sick bitch likes to play pranks on me for fun. Then some years ago. Pausing for a moment like the idea of retelling the story was something he didn't want to elaborate, he continued anyways after biting his own tongue. I was angry at being constantly taunted, so some years ago when she drew too close to me, I deliberately sprinkled my pee on her body. Afterwards she's been hating me to the bone and would always send those humans at me whenever they drop in here. Then how did she know this sword can kill you? The wrinkle on Bai Yan's forehead grew increasingly deeper over the growing questions. Another miracle, one, oomph. Slightly flushed in the face, the old goat scratches his nose out of embarrassment. That, there was a piece of paper stuck underneath the sword before, it said the blade can hurt me. Then later Ching Sing tossed it away for some reason or the next. Bai Yan's face just went black. The person who locked him away here, how perverted is she? Not only did she leave him in that suffering state, she wouldn't even let his mind be at ease. Alright, do you know how to get out of here then? Bai Yan asks while stroking her own chin. As soon as the old goat heard this, he immediately turned irate. You were the one who locked me here, how can you ask me how to get out? Shrugging, like I said, I'm not the one you think I am. Irked with frustration, Dragon Flame just huffs a grunt of resentment at the woman's refusal to admit. I don't know how to leave this place, so that's that. Since this one didn't know, Bai Yan could only turn to the snake for help. Then what about you? Biting her lip, Ching Sing's answer wasn't any better. If I had known how to leave then I would have left long ago. Why would I stay until now for you to come? Then I got no other choice. Furrowing up that brow, Bai Yan starts musing over the options here. Son, Dragony, let's keep moving forward. I'm sure there will be some sort of clue somewhere if we keep walking. Don't worry, mother. Showing a confident and innocent smile, Bai Xiaofan had no doubt in his cute little voice, we will leave this place. Warmed by the comfort, this mother went ahead to rub her boy's hair as the tense air gradually eased up around everyone. It's then another idea hit her. Turning back to the snake, say, have you noticed anything special, like a spot that you can't touch or head into? Special place? Ching Sing mused over the idea and then pointed towards a specific direction, that place over there. I can't get close to it, does that count? Slightly nodding, bring me to that spot, I want to see for myself. Though a tad hesitant to do that, the snake nevertheless did as told and slithered through the pale brown grass in her bestial form. Before long, the group has arrived at one corner of the underground valley, and unlike the dark gloomy nature of this underground world, this certain segment was rather, what's the word, sacred? It's giving off a glow of holy nature. This is the place. Flickering her tongue, the snake's voice was all spooky and rattling when she spoke in that form. Whenever I come here, I would always be stopped by a strange force. Bai Yan frowns, slowly reaching out with her hand to probe the glowing white light in front. Unlike the expected obstruction though, nothing happened, that hand just slid right through. Seeing this, she went ahead to step forward with her leg as well to no harm. The snake literally gawked her eyes out in shock over this picture. How can this be possible? Why is she able to get in there when I'm always repelled by an invisible force? Mother. The boy saw how his mother had entered the white glow and hurried to catch up. However, the second he drew close his body was immediately bounced away. Xiaofan. Another miracle, too. Bai Yan's expression grew frantic when she noticed her boy being flung backwards due to the glow. Even if half her body had already been inside, she pulled out right away and ran to her boy to help. Xiaofan, are you all right? Shaking his little head, I'm good mother, I'm not hurt. That's good. Relieved by the answer, she glanced back to the strange white light with deeper understanding of why the snake couldn't enter. Mother, what's going on? Dragony had also ran over by this point and showed a worried face. Why can you go inside and Gidge, big brother, can't? Speaking with a furrowed forehead, if my guesses are right, this place restricts the entry of those with the blood of demons. The snake instantly choked upon the truth being revealed here. No one with the blood of a demon is allowed in? That means the reasoning I can't leave this place is because I'm a demon. And staring with grits and stones between her teeth, Ching Sing wanted to strangle the blasted kid right this second. You two fooled me. This boy is also a demon, how did I not see this? He couldn't have picked up the giant sword earlier, meaning they bluffed me. I lost my freedom because of a bluff, a bluff. The snake almost got the life sucked out of her at this realization, looking all dejected and dry. Still smiling innocently like usual, Bai Xiaofan's reply was damning. That is because you are too easy to fool. I have never seen such a stupid snake before. Going dark in the face, veins could literally be seen popping along the snake's forehead due to that remark. How dare he? How dare he say something like that after doing this to me? What should we do now, mother? Ignoring the death glare coming his way, the boy asks with his cute face crumpled up due to the situation. Crouching down to get to eye level, you and Dragony wait here for me, I'll go in alone and see what's in there. Tensing up in the heart, the little steam bun clung onto the woman's sleeve out of reflex, his face all pitiful and sad. Mother, I will worry about you. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me, not to mention I've already contracted those two already. Half Ching Sing and Dragon Flame will tell you if I'm alive through our bond. Getting up from the crouch, my first order to you both is to protect my son and daughter. If anything happens to them while I'm not around, then you can be sure the price will be worse than death, understand? Harsh and fierce, her voice sounded like a ghost crawling out from the earth, making the two servants there all eerily uncomfortable. Despite getting comforted and having extra security around, Bai Xiaofan still didn't like the plan. Winding his little hands around his mother's waist, his face told everyone he's not going to take this weakness of his lying down. Another miracle. 3. Staring down at the little boy that's already at her waist high, the woman's lips inexplicably drew into a warm smile of comfort. He's already so big. Mother, you must come back quickly. After a long time, Bai Xiaofan finally released his arms despite his unwillingness. Me and Dragony will wait here for you. Giving the boy a peck on the forehead to seal the promise, she gives the two kids one final hug before disappearing off into the white glow. Once inside and out of view from everyone, Bai Yan could finally get a clearer look of what's inside. Here, she felt incredibly refreshed, sweeping away any fatigue she built up over the many days of being stranded here in this underground valley. Maybe the reason Half Ching Sing couldn't leave for so many years is because of this spot in the valley. If someone wants to keep this spot off limits, then it must mean there's something important here, perhaps the exit. Upon recognizing there's hope to escape this dreadful place of darkness, her mind instinctively recalled the face of that woman whom she briefly encountered prior to falling down her. I will settle the score with that woman once I get out of here. No matter the reasoning, the fact she dared to go after Xiaofan is enough to make sure she dies. Inhaling deeply to suppress the anger swelling out from within, Bai Yan carefully treaded forward towards the peak up ahead. When she entered the white glowing light, it was only as big as a small cave, but beyond that was clearly a newer and vaster stretch of land. Spanning several mountain ranges in the distance, by the time she reached the mentioned area for investigation it was well into the evening despite the lack of light. Nevertheless, she could see the goal up ahead already. It's a bronze standing gate. If it wasn't for the deep ravine and cliffs in front, she would have run over to examine the thing already. Miracle? A shock ran through Bai Yan's heart upon recognizing the familiar object. There's no mistake, this bronze gate is very similar to the one I saw at the Holy Land. But what is this thing doing here? Despite the doubt and questions lingering around the strange encounter, the benefits of coming across another miracle was more than enough to make Bai Yan disregard the former concerns. After all, she did improve her strength and alchemy by leaps and bounds with one. What would happen if she got two instead? It's just that. Logic has always been the better player here in the woman's head. Scanning the area for traps and that sort of thing, she swiftly picked up a wilted leaf to throw over the cliff and across the ravine. Under normal circumstances, the distance between her side and the other would have been short enough to allow said leaf to fly across without hindrance considering the force she used in this case. However, right as the leaf reached the middle part of the ravine, something occurred. Without indication, the item just stopped and made a nosedive downwards, sinking straight into the dark bottomless abyss. Making a grim face, Bai Yan now knew why she couldn't find any specific trap or dangers here. The environment itself was the trap. It looks like this ravine has been enchanted to suck in whatever floats above it. If I had flown across using my own powers, then it might have been myself who fell into that darkness. Rubbing her chin in contemplation, the woman began to muse over the options here and what she could use. Obviously making a bridge out of wood was out of the options here. There's hardly any tree around to begin with, let alone find one big enough to construct something out of one. There must be something here that I can use. There's no way the one who set this trap would leave without having a way to solve the issue. Think, Bai Yan, your kids are still waiting for you to go back. She mutters to herself like some sort of magical chant. Huh. From the corner of her eye, the glimmering sheen of the huge sword caught her attention. Immediately, an idea hit her brain like a tidal wave. The distance between this side and the other side wasn't that far to begin with, and as it so happens, this giant sword was just long enough to make it across without the chance of tipping. Really? This sword is the bridge? The one who set this up sure have a bad humor. Another miracle, alright, let's try it then, it won't hurt. At most I will just lose a sword if it gets sucked into that ravine. Tossing the blade in her hand up into the air, Bai Yan precisely aimed to have it land at the perfect spot where both ends could touch the edges. Carefully, one step at a time, she began to cross. Regardless of her own confidence, she knew this was a risky maneuver to use something like a giant sword as a bridge. It wasn't built for such tasks, so the angle in which she walked wasn't a pleasant experience to say the least. In fact, she nearly slipped a few times just staring down at her feet in order to avoid falling. Thankfully the worst of it was over soon enough. Once crossed, she promptly retrieved the sword by flicking it upwards with her toe. Done with that, she focuses in back on the bronze gate, the reason for her coming. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. From out of the blue, the giant sword started to buzz right as Bai Yan approached the door. Then before she knew it, the blade broke free from her control and went on the offensive against the gate. Pang! The sword slashed down mercilessly, causing the bronze construct to shudder with a resonating clank of metal against metal. Despite the setback, the sword didn't stop and attacked more violently, causing the whole valley to shake from the shockwave. Dumbfounded now, Bai Yan just stared at the show from the sidelines. She's heard from the snake that the blade can pierce even the hardest of materials with ease, aka dragon flame scale, yet the bronze gate only got a little shake from the impact. There's not even a scratch, let alone damage. Yuyuan. Growing restless in the form of the resonation, the giant sword circled around the bronze gate as if frustrated by its own inability to break apart the competition. But then it went at it again with renewed vigor. This time it didn't slash down like the previous attempts, it swooped far into the air and charged downwards in one full thrusting motion. Boom! The shockwave was effectively mind-blowing to the ear. Metal against metal, sparks flew, and finally, a small tiny crack formed around the surface of the bronze structure. This gave the sword its confidence back and as a sign to increase the intensity of its attack like a drug addict being kept away from his cocaine. Eventually, under its long hard-fought battle, the bronze gate finally collapsed and a blue beady object rolled out of the upper area. Seeing this bead, the giant sword reacted like it's discovered some sort of great treasure and hurried to catch it mid-fall. Following this was the round item merging into the sword's body upon contact. Perhaps this was some sort of evolutionary chain reaction, but the huge body of the blade gradually began to shrink until it's finally the size of an ordinary long sword. From first glance this newly minted sword was no different from an ordinary blade found in some random weaponsmith, but the newly grown handle and the clear crystal at the hilt said it all. This was the new form of the blade after absorbing whatever that bead was. Picking up her new weapon, Bai Yan gently stroked the surface for a sense of what it was. Compared to the mighty image of that big shape from just now, she's more inclined with this smaller form that's fitting of a lady. It's much easier to handle and much to her taste. So you're a sword with a spirit sprite inside, no wonder you're so powerful. In that case I'll give you a name. Caressing the lip with the tip of her finger, Bai Yan spent a good minute to come up with a fine name. From this day forward you will be called God Slayer. How about it? God Slayer, a slayer of gods. I will use you to repay everything those hypocrites in the celestial realm did to my friends and family, in this life and the last, they will all pay. Holding the slumbering sword in hand, Bai Yan didn't linger around and stepped through to the now opened gate that has been pried open by force. Once through, the first sensation was the chilling air that sent her skin hair pricking up. Another miracle. 5. Subconsciously, Bai Yan reached down with her hands to protect the fetus in her stomach against this borderline hostile sensation. What the hell is this place? Taking slow measured steps in order to avoid traps that might be hidden from her view, her footstep was resonating with eerie crispness that echoed along this passageway. Forbidden grounds for demon beasts. These were the words she saw sketched along the passage wall after walking for a while. Blood? How much does the master of this underground valley hate demonic beasts? First is not allowing their kind to enter this part of the valley, then it's this sentence etched along with blood. Ignoring the strange writing, Bai Yan continues to walk forward and soon came before another entrance. Carefully extending her hand, she pushes the door open and was immediately blasted with the sight of a wide hall littered with stone statues. It's an odd scene for sure. She could see all of these sculptures were of various demonic beasts in their animal form. Some recognizable according to her own knowledge of things, for example the bone quill dragon's back in the holy domain was among this group, but many were so foreign to Bai Yan that she could barely make heads or tails of their origin. Then there was the human sitting on the throne chair elevated at a higher point. Who is this person? Despite not knowing if the sculpture was male or female due to the lack of facial features, Bai Yan could still tell the original person must be a prideful individual with the way it was carved out. The angle of that featureless face, it's the way someone stares down at those beneath themselves, just like how Bai Yan and Ditsang does it when confronted with those they deem insignificant. I see now, this sculpture is probably the original master or mistress of this place. The person hates demonic beasts, so he deliberately sculpted these ancient creatures in a kneeling position to showcase his dislike of them. The theory was a sound one considering everything she's witnessed thus far, it's just that why would someone abhor a racial group to this extent? It can't be. Did a demonic beast rape him or her before? Looking back at her own experience, this was the only idea that Bai Yan could come up with. After all, she herself did rape Ditsang during their first encounter and made the Demon King abhor her to the point he hunted herself down years later. Other than that, what else could make one dislike another group to this level? Whatever grudge this person has is not important, I have to find a way out of this place first. Retracting her attention away from the sculptures, she scans around in search of any out-of-the-ordinary item or feature. Immediately, her gaze locked onto a book cabinet in the corner of the room. That, beaming with light, she moved with quick haste towards it and grabbed for the suspicious-looking handle that's sticking out between the shelves. With an audible click, a small compartment slid open and bounced out a book. It's very dust, bleached yellow due to age, but Bai Yan couldn't be any more happy after reading the title of the book in her hand. It's an alchemy book? Back in the previous life on Earth, she only got her hands on an alchemy book that taught her knowledge up to the 10th grade materials. As for what comes afterwards, she was like the rest of the people in this world, simply said, she didn't have a clue until this day. Another miracle. 6. This alchemy book doesn't seem to be complete, there are some pages missing. There's no information regarding anything beyond the 14th grade. Pleased by what she has nevertheless, Bai Yan packed away the book into her storage bag and continued to search for other treasury items. Sadly, after a careful scrutiny of everything that was here, she found nothing else worthy of note and felt disappointed. Then again, it did make sense after some thought. This alchemy book was so precious to begin with that finding something else of this caliber would be a real miracle. With nothing else to do for now, she decides to get a closer look at the statue. Why do I keep getting the feeling that this statue is not quite right? She rubs her chin questioningly. Even though the model didn't have eyes sculpted onto it, she could make out where the chin of this person was aiming at. There's a fox at the bottom of the stage, and it's equally as proud in appearance and unwilling to show any weakness. This strangeness took Bai Yen by surprise. Does the master of this valley have a vendetta against foxes or something? I wonder if the person would die of anger if they learn a fox's wife took their alchemy book away. Their expression would be quite funny to see. Drawing a smirk, Bai Yen said nothing and moved to cut off the legs of the fox model. Then summoning up her alchemy flame, she melted the hard plaster and then added a plant she pulled from the storage bag to the mix, thus creating a sticky substance for easy molding. Though this woman herself didn't know why, but when she saw how the fox sculpture was being stuck in that groveling position, she would be overwhelmed with discomfort. Sure, Bai Yen knows this was a strange feeling to have. After all, none of this was happening for real, so it's strange to get such urge to do something. Minutes later. Clapping her hand, Bai Yen gets up from the ground after having her fun. Although it's not right of me to take your book and then help this fox stand up, but I'm a naturally defensive person. Since my husband and son is a fox, then I will make this one stand as well. Turning around to stare back up at the human sculpture, her eyes are stern and hard. I do not know what the demon realm did to you in the past, but don't go throwing your grudge around to others. They are not involved. If you want to stick the issue to someone, then find the culprit. Naturally, Bai Yen knew her words wouldn't be heard by an inanimate object, but she couldn't help it. For some reason she had this inkling notion that her heart would continue to be depressed otherwise if she didn't say it aloud. Afterwards, she did not hesitate and slowly headed for the exit. However, upon the second her feet took a step outside, the back immediately came out with a loud explosive bang and the statues here all crumbled to dust, allowing the particulates to scatter across the floor. What's going on here? She mutters this with great surprise, unsure how to take this as some sort of bad omen or just her mind overthinking this. Another miracle. 7. Shaking her head, she attempts to shirk off the negative feeling and turned away. Once outside of the gate though, Bai Yen suddenly found herself in the midst of darkness again. The white glow was gone, nowhere to be found in this underground world. Can it be, it's related to those model sculptures? Mother! A childish voice abruptly cuts in from the front, causing the woman to turn over to see the boy and girl quickly running over with hand in hand. This scared the daylights out of Bai Yen because there's still a giant chasm between herself and the kids. Just as she wanted to shout to make them stop, the ground began to rumble and stopped her mid-cry. Next thing they all knew were the rocks and boulders floating up into the air, making the picture similar to that of an apocalypse. Dragoni didn't expect this and nearly fell over from the tremble. Fortunately, the little steam bun was beside her and helped support that body in time. Now the rocks are acting like a barrier, forcing the woman and her kids apart with the ravine acting as a line. Xiaofan, Dragoni, don't come here. Bai Yen finally managed to throw out the sentence with sweat covering her forehead. Anxious in the voice, this ravine cannot be passed, so stay on your side of the cliff. The boy just stared at the poor woman who's very much flustered on the face. Whatever happiness he felt earlier has been crushed knowing he couldn't reach his important woman. What should we do then, mother? Don't rush, I will find a way. Furrowing up her brow, Bai Yen understands full well the difficulty of getting through the ravine. What am I supposed to do now? I can't use the same method to get back over at this rate. Boom! The ground shook again, this time more violent than the last. Unlike the previous tremor, the earth under her feet has started to sink in as well. Catching a branch of a tree that hasn't fallen yet, she hurriedly cried out to the kids. Xiaofan, Dragoni, no matter what happens later, you two mustn't separate, understand? Bai Xiaofan nodded with tears in his eyes. Don't worry, mother, I will protect Dragoni from any harm. Turning to the old goat and snake now, Bai Yen gives out her next order. You two, protect my kids no matter what. If you do until I return, then I will grant freedom to the both of you. Freedom, something absolutely precious to these two ancient demons at this moment. If she is speaking the truth, then we will be able to roam this world again. With the cliff as the boundary point, the two land masses split further and further apart. From what was originally only the length of a giant sword, it has grown distant until Bai Yan could barely make out the contour of her children. Mother! The little steam bun screamed out in pain, wanting to grasp onto the outreached hand. You let me go, I'm going to find my mother. He struggles to break free from the hands pulling him back. Another miracle, 8, let go of you. Dragon Flame sneered at the boy using his smirk. If I let you go now, then how am I supposed to break the contract with her if you're in danger? Actually, he could also forcibly shatter the bond between himself and Bai Yan if he grows strong enough, but such forceful measures required strength and time, something he doesn't want to wait for. It's easier to simply have the woman do it of her own free will. After hearing that comment, the boy stopped struggling and turned back to stare at the old goat. As a result of this, Dragony Flame found himself creeped out by the kid's gaze, especially that single red eye of his. Gulping insecurely, what are you trying to do? I warn you, you're not my opponent. If we start fighting, then you're not going to get off easy. The boy's expression remains icy cold during that threat, totally different from his innocent and cute appearance. My mother said you're proof that she is alive, right? Slowly but surely, the old goat nodded. Yes, she did say that. Fine, you're not allowed to leave my side at all from now on. I want to know at all times if she is safe or not. There's no warmth in that statement, only cold threatening indifference in the boy's voice. Turning back to the little missy, he speaks with a warmer note. Dragony, let's go, I believe mother will be alright even if we're not by her side. The girl nodded. I know that, Gidge, I know mother will be just fine even without us. Stirring up a smile at the support, the boy's lip curves into a thin arc over the agreement. Right this moment, the party could clearly feel the ground beneath their feet lifting up into the air as their conversation dragged out. Faster and faster, the dark forest of the underground valley disappeared behind them until they moved at incredible speed, then pop. They felt it, the light shining above their heads and the open landscape of the world coming into view. Ha ha ha. Dragon Flame was the first to cry out with glee in his voice. Watching the open blue sky, this old goat became ecstatic in his demeanor. I'm finally free of that wretched place. What beautiful sky, what beautiful clouds. I, Dragon God, am finally free. No wait. Shaking his goat head, I am not yet free, I still need to have that woman break the contract with me. But that day won't be too long. Half Ching Sing was also staring up into the sky, but unlike the old goat's happy elation, her eyes were more of curiosity. Making a dry cough, Dragon Flame turns back to the snake and asked after noticing the oddity, oh yeah, I haven't asked yet, how did you wind up down there in the first place? Musing for a while, Half Ching Sing decides to give the truth since she saw no harm in it. I don't know. From what I can remember, I have always been there in the first place. This world here though, I think this is my first time seeing all of this. Don't think? The old goat captured that word like a bee to the honey. Seen or not seen, which is it? Don't go spouting such vague answers. The snake didn't want to argue with the old goat on the subject and huffs a grunt. What else do you want from me? I can't remember a lot of things aside from the time I spent in that underground world, so deal with it. It couldn't be helped. These old mates have had a long-standing grudge. If not for Bai Yan's intervention, then they would have already gone at each other's throat after that exchange of verbal abuse. While the pair bickers away to one side, Bai Xiaochen remains silent on where he stood, only staring off like he's in some sort of pain due to loneliness. Familiarity, 1, let's go. After a long time, Bai Xiaochen finally spoke, his eyes determined in light of the sad emotions underneath. As long as these two demons are around, then I will know if mother is fine. I will find her, I will. Also, calmly shifting his sight onto the old goat, you looking like that is too noticeable, better take on a human form to act less conspicuous. Oh, right. Puckering his lip to one side like an unhappy child himself, the old goat's shape gradually melted under a pale light until he's taken on the look of a human man wearing a yellow robe. Though his new form had white hair, that face carried no wrinkles. Heck, it's rather handsome even if one may say, but the old aged voice he used was evident enough of his seniority. Done with that, the little steam bun held on to Dragoni's hand again and slowly proceeded to leave this valley. While the kids were moving on their end, another scene similar to theirs were currently taking place at a towering mountain in different location. With a loud rumbling boom, Bai Yen got shot out of the ground like a rocket, causing her to make an unsteady landing. This time you will not escape the Celestial Palace. Celestial Palace? This was the first thing she heard after collecting herself, and it made Bai Yen frown. Without delay, she immediately headed for the source, perhaps out of curiosity or the fact that the other side belonged to the enemy. What she saw next was something similar to what she expected in cases like these. Currently, there's a group of pursuers chasing some unknown lady, specifically a woman wearing a long blue dress that's staring down at the group from the air. So what if you're from the Celestial Palace? Do you fools think you can catch me with so few here? Boom! In that instant the lady wearing the long blue dress attacked. She moved like the wind, rushing at the nearest foe with her fist and make a direct punch into the man's stomach. When she did so, the poor guy promptly fell backwards and flew several meters into the air until he rolled onto the floor again, blood out from the mouth as the consequence. The other companions saw this and stopped hesitating since the battle has begun. Drawing their blades, they rushed for the woman in question. It's just that unlike someone being cornered here, the lady remained fearless on the face like someone that couldn't be threatened. Boom! Sure enough, the full might of her powers was released in that second and poured out like a tidal wave. It's huge, causing even the sky to change color until it's a gloomy gray. For the poor fools trying to attack the lady, they naturally didn't stand a chance here. Like the trees and shrubs that were blown away by the shockwave of her powerful release, their bodies were swept away and smashed into the nearby rocks, either shattering their bones or downright crushing them as the end result. Not far away, while hiding behind a well-hidden tree, Bai Yen stared on in astonishment over the lady's familiar face. It's etched into her mind right now and causing the woman herself to thump with increased vigor in the heart over that contour. No! Don't go! Finding the other sides about to leave after the brief exchange of combat, Bai Yen cries out involuntarily and wanted to stop her. Sadly, the lady in blue was already gone in the next, disappearing with a blink of an eye. Familiarity, too, is that her? But besides her, who else can look so similar? Somewhat pale in her complexion, Bai Yen stood there for a long while before revealing a bittersweet smile. Whether it's her or not, I must find her again. As long as she's still in this celestial realm, then we are bound to meet again. That's right, we both have a vendetta against the Celestial Palace, the chance is there. Hidden between mountains and forests, a quaint-looking cottage has been built atop of the clearing here. It's a nice setup, difficult to find due to the covering terrain and shielding barrier, a perfect hiding spot from those who's out to get you. This was the place the lady in blue arrived at after departing from the battle. Flicking her dress to remove the dust from the surface, she slowly walked towards the cottage with familiar strides, where she was promptly welcomed by a young girl around 17 to 18 years of age. Auntie Ning, you're finally back. Did those old fossils from the Celestial Palace make trouble for you? Drawing a soft smile at the lively young lass, don't worry, those people aren't my opponent. Oh yes, don't tell your father I'm back yet. Oh. Responding with a well-behaved voice, the young girl intimately hooks her arm around Bai Ning's to confirm compliance. Auntie Ning, my father loves you very much, and I like you very much. Why don't you want to marry my father? A quiver shook the lady's body, causing her to form a slight frown on that beautiful yet helpless face. Some things can't be forced, and you are not young anymore. If you are so free to fret about us, why don't you fret about your own marriage arrangements? I'm sure he will like to get a son-in-law any day now. Blushing at being called out, the young girl shyly lowers her head. What are you saying, Auntie Ning? I don't want to marry, I only want to stay with you and father for the rest of my life. Bai Ning smiled at that, dropping the subject when she noticed the man that's coming out of the cottage. This person was quite handsome, wearing a brownish robe with an air of calm. I have something to discuss with your Auntie Ning, you go back inside first. Okay. Ning Yu mischievously stuck out her tongue when letting go of the lady's arm, but that's not before making a hand gesture to her old man as support before leaving. For a while the atmosphere in the front yard seemed solemn and strange until the woman herself decides to break the awkward silence. Brother Yuan, is something the matter? Ning Yuan deeply locks eye with the woman, his voice hoarse and full of emotion when speaking. Ninger, we have known each other for so many years, you should understand. Why must you be so reluctant to accept me? Taken aback by the open confession, Bai Ning had to take a moment to respond with a proper answer that won't hurt the other side. I always feel like I'm forgetting something. It's as if someone is waiting for me, like I lost something important. I'm sorry Brother Yuan, I know you care about me, but I can't accept you the way I am now. After saying that, she brushes past the man in order to leave. However, a big hand immediately reached over from behind to cling onto hers. Getting cold in the face now, let go. Because this tone has never been used before, Ning Yuan promptly released his grip with rigid surprise. Familiarity. 3. Ninger, I don't mean anything else but you loves you, she wants to be your daughter, that's why I'm so anxious. If what I did offended you then I apologize. Still having her back facing the man, Bai Ning eventually responded, Brother Yuan, I am grateful that you saved me several times in the past, but feelings are something we can't force. If you still consider me as a sister then I will welcome the thought, but if you have other intents in mind then. I'm sorry but I won't be returning again in the future. Ning Yuan went stiff as a rock over that statement. He never thought this woman who's always been soft-voiced and kindly behaved would be so harsh and stern when discussing the topic. As for you, Bai Ning's voice softens up over the petite lass, I also like the girl very much, pity I can't take her as my daughter, that includes being a goddaughter as well. Why? The man's frown deepens further. He could understand why Bai Ning wouldn't want to take his own daughter as her own, after all, she's making it clear she doesn't love him, but why not a goddaughter? Drawing a frank smile on her face, I don't know why either. I just don't feel comfortable about the idea of taking another child as my own daughter. It's as if the position has long been occupied by another. Brother Yuan, I will treat you as my own niece, so forgive me for not being able to do more. The man was lost for words there. Staring blankly at the disappearing back of the woman, Ning Yuan had the color drain from his face after those words. Why? I spent so many years by her side, accompanied her for so many years, why can't I melt her heart? Papa, the call draws the man back to attention. Turning around the man glances down at the petite girl, his voice stiff and unsure, did you hear all of it? Ning Yu nodded, that face pouting unhappily, Papa, do you think Auntie Ning has another daughter, that's why she won't take me as hers? The man remained silent, only looking down in a contemplative manner that left the girl wondering. Perhaps. Eventually he threw out this word after getting nowhere with his thoughts. Pa, the petite girl snorts, her voice full of displeasure, my mother died as soon as I was born, so Auntie Ning's the first woman I've known. Let's assume she does have a family prior to meeting us, have they ever searched for her through all these years? It's us, we're the ones always by her side. And her daughter, the girl never showed an ounce of filial duty, nor did the girl allow Auntie Ning to enjoy the pleasure of raising a child. Now I'm supposed to just slide to one side and let such a person occupy an important position in Auntie Ning's heart? The more she spoke, the angrier the petite girl became. Why is there someone else coming to steal Auntie Ning's heart? We deserve it more. We are the ones who always stood by her side. Ning Yuan's complexion went pale over his daughter's outrage and snapped, you mustn't say such words. Why can't I? Fighting back with her own voice, I am not wrong. I'm only feeling pain for Auntie Ning. Pa. Why do you think she lost her memories? I bet it's because Auntie Ning's husband is the cheating type, abandoning her for a newer and younger woman. As for the daughter, I bet she's the same, otherwise why else would Auntie Ning become like this? Perhaps it's due to how excited she became over her own theory. The girl ends up completely missing the enraged face of her old man. Familiarity. 4. Getting all pitiful in the face now, the petite girl pleads by grabbing onto her father's sleeve. Pa, I really like Auntie Ning, can you marry her, please? Despite being greatly annoyed by the girl's remarks earlier, he couldn't stay angry here in this case. After all, he too felt the same way inside. You know your Auntie Ning's attitude towards me. She only treats me as a brother and respects me as such. Now that I've confessed, her attitude has turned damp and cold. However, flickering with a thoughtful idea in his eyes, she may not want to recognize you as her own daughter, but that doesn't change her impression of you. All you have to do is give more persuasion, the more the better, that way we will still have a chance of changing her mind. The girl grinned at that, revealing the 2 front teeth in that smile due to glee. Okay. Pa, you can count on me to win her over. I must become Auntie Ning's daughter, and I will bring her out of her biological daughter's shadow. The girl doesn't care if her own story was true or not, she's decided on the issue and would do everything in her ability to do just that. A humph. Ning Yuan coughs slightly so his daughter wouldn't step out of line. Remember to not say those words in front of your Auntie Ning, otherwise it will create a situation neither of us would want to see, understand? There's no illusion in this man's mind that Bai Ning could completely cut them off from her life if she overhears their conversation. All he did was confess right now and he already got the cold shoulder treatment. What's more, perhaps the kind treatment the woman showed to his own daughter was only a side effect of the woman yearning to meet her own children again. Testing that theory was not in his best interest. Pa, you need to stop fretting, I know what I can and can't say. Drawing a lovely smile on her face, and, I have always been very good in front of her, otherwise why else would Auntie Ning like me so much? The man's unease finally lightened up as well. Patting his daughter's shoulder, then your pa's future will depend on you. Back inside the cottage, the faintly blowing breeze brings warmth and freshness into the room where a lady now lies sitting on the chair. She's not moving, only staring down and gently stroking the baby belly cover in her hands. Over the years, Bai Ning has never stopped searching for her own identity and background. Sadly, aside from her own name, she knew nothing else. The only exception was this baby underwear she had with herself after losing those precious memories. Why? Why can't I remember anything? She frowned, desperately searching through the fragmented pieces of images that would occasionally surface in her mind. But like usual, a heavy pang of pain hit her mind like a hammer, causing the woman to crumble to the floor with those hands shaking and wrapping around her own head. It's extremely painful to the point of losing the motor controls of her own body. Auntie Ning, what's wrong? The petite girl exclaims after catching sight of what's happening. She had wanted to come speak to the woman after leaving her father outside. Familiarity. 5. The girl urgently grasped onto the trembling woman's shoulder as those tears slowly trickled down the cheeks. Thankfully the situation wasn't as bad as it seems because she soon got a reaction from all that crying. Still blurry in her eyes as she slowly opened them, Bai Ning could only make out the blurry outline of the person beckoning to herself. Daughter, is that you? Ning Yu's posture went stiff over that question. She knows the daughter mentioned here wasn't herself, so it could only be that one. Grasping onto her own head again in pain, the woman murmurs out some incoherent words. Daughter, I remember I have a daughter, she is. I can't remember the name. Now this didn't sit well with the petite girl at all and made her extremely sour inside. She's not willing to accept some random person whom they never could be so important, it's just not fair in her eyes. Auntie Ning, I can also be your daughter, I will take care of you for the rest of my life. Ning Yu's voice was crisp and pleasant, but what she said there caused the pained lady to come back to her senses. Gradually loosening her hand around the head, the blurriness left those eyes and what came into view was the reflected image of the anxious young girl staring downwards. You are it's you, I'm sorry, I've lost my manners there. Auntie Ning. Ning Yu clenched her teeth with insecure-filled eyes. Just now, did you remember something? Shaking her head with a bittersweet smile, the lady explains, no, my past is still a blank to me, I can't remember anything notable. Sure enough, the negative answer brought on a wave of relief to the girl. Thank goodness she can't remember. Even if I can't become Auntie Ning's daughter, I can still accompany her in the future. It's fine if you can't remember the past, Auntie Ning, I will always accompany you. Innocent but firm in the face, the petite girl meant what she said there. Naturally, this idea didn't escape the lady herself, who knew exactly what the girl wanted. Sadly, she too knew such a wish couldn't be granted from her end, and for that, she's sorry. I want to go take a walk outside, so don't inform your father of my leaving. I don't wish to see him for the time being. Making a long exhale, she stood up and was ready to leave when her arm got hooked by the girls. Wait, Auntie Ning, I'll go with you. It's been a while since I went outside because Pa wouldn't let me go out alone, but I'm sure he will be fine with it if I go with you. In the end, Bai Ning accepted the idea out of guilt. She couldn't bear to reject the girl right now. Fine then, follow me. Jumping with joy, Auntie Ning, I knew you are the kindest to me. Pinching the girl's nose with her fingers, Bai Ning draws a doting smile like in the past after flattered. Normally this would be a good thing. However, in this case, Ning Yu couldn't help but feel like the lady's looking through her and to someone else entirely. It's making her very much uncomfortable inside. No matter, I will kick that girl out of her heart and take over soon enough. The girl inwardly vows, not willing to surrender the position to anyone. Back in the outside world, most of the denizens of the celestial realm are in a tense and frightened state due to the constant attacks by the demon realm. Familiarity. 6. Bai Ning would have liked to take Ning Yu out to spread some of the stuffiness pent up inside her herself. Sadly, any of that desire was dissipated once she got a good look at the local township. It's depressing and lifeless on the streets, a real disappointment due to all the fearmongering surrounding the recent invasion. Celestial realm, sooner or later this place will perish, and I will be anticipated that day when it comes. Mother. Suddenly, a dainty young girl rushes over from out of the blue and threw herself into Bai Ning's arm. This girl was soft and lovely in appearance, giving off a faint fragrance to the nose, adding in the 2 braids hanging down the side of her face, she's absolutely adorable. But before the lady herself could speak, another voice had cut in from the side. It's childish as well, but carried a sense of calm rarely found in someone that young. Dummy, how can you recognize the wrong person? This is not Mother. At the pointer, the little girl lets go of her hug and looks up. Drawing a frown, I'm sorry, I mistook you for my mother because you look so much alike. Alike? Bowing down to eye level, Bai Ning didn't mind and found the encounter to be refreshing. It's all right, it's normal to make mistakes on occasion. Say, am I really that much like your mother? It's then the little boy came out from behind. Just like the girl, this young boy was also quite the eye-catcher, but the air he had was less innocent and more pronounced. This mainly had to do with that single red eye. It's a huge contrast to the rest of his appearance. This would honestly be the first time Bai Ning ever came across such a strange child. Nevertheless, she still wanted to get closer to the boy for some unknown reasons. You are very similar to our mother, the only difference is that she's younger and more beautiful. Our mother is the #1 beauty in this world, you know. As soon as the little steam bun started to talk about his mother, his face would get all excited and full of pride. Normally a female would be quite upset at being called old, but in this case Bai Ning didn't and got interested instead. Then where's your mother? If fate would allow it, I would like to meet her. Sadly, that was the wrong thing to say in this case. Immediately, Dragone's tear started to trickle down at the sore topic. We're separated from mother. Pretty granny, did you see our mother? Pretty granny? I guess it does fit my age. I'm sorry but I haven't. However, since you're saying I'm very much like your mother, then of course I will keep an eye out for her. Oh right, you two still haven't told me your names yet. Casting a look at the woman whom held such similarity to his own mother, Bai Xiaochen figured nothing bad could come of it even if he did. My name is Bai Xiaochen, and she is Dragoni. The two behind us is Dragon Flame and Half Qing Sing, they're our bodyguards. That introduction actually made the old goat gawk his jaws down. When did I, the great dragon god, become a little bodyguard for this little guy? But upon remembering the impending freedom that's going to come his way afterwards, he endured the discontent and held it in. Oh whatever, it's just this one time. Just a title, I will have it changed in no time. Your name is Bai Xiaochen. What a coincidence, my surname is also Bai. My full name is Bai Ning. The lady introduces herself as well. Bai Ning? A tremor shook the boy's heart, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Familiarity, 7, Bai Ning, your name is Bai Ning? Bai Xiaochen hurriedly gripped onto the lady's sleeve, his voice shaking with disbelief and excitement. Then do you know a man by the name of Yunfeng? Yunfeng? She frowned and pondered the name for a second, feeling a sense of familiarity that's just out of her reach. I'm sorry, I don't know anyone by that name. Don't know? She doesn't know grandfather? The boy tightly bit down on his own lips at the notion. If the name is just a coincidence, then why does she look so much like mother? Reluctant to give up, he insists on the question. Please think harder, are you sure you don't know someone by then name Yunfeng? Should I be knowing him? Bai Ning asked curiously. That was the nail in the coffin for the kid. That countering question hurts and made him let go. Gidge, big brother, Dragoni tugs at the little steambun's hand after seeing where this was going. Can it be? Ignoring the girl's murmur, Bai Xiaochen grew firm in the face since things are at this stage. He got a great idea and was determined to make it work. Forgive us, I thought you might be our long-lost grandmother because of your name and similar appearance. It seems I made a mistake. Looking at the little guy's pathetic expression, Bai Ning's heart couldn't get angry here and softens up. Little boy, I'm sure you will find your mother and grandmother in due time, don't worry. But, hanging his little head, the boy deliberately changes his voice to that of grievance to earn more pity points. I only got Dragoni by my side, and there are so many bad people always trying to hurt us. These two bodyguards are absolutely unreliable. One could literally see the twitch in Dragoni Flame and Half Qing Sing's face when he said that. Unreliable? He's sure he's talking about us? Due to the two old demons hiding their strength along the way, no one would suspect they are powerful ancient monsters, nor would they think otherwise on the boy's lie. You mean, someone is trying to harm you? Pricking her brow, Bai Ning almost doubted her own ears because it's really hard to believe someone would want to harm such cute kids. Knowing the bait has been bitten, Bai Xiaochen hurries to sniffle his nose like he's about to cry. Pretty granny, can you take me and my sister in? We are homeless already. Our father doesn't want us and our mother is missing. If you don't take us, then we will sooner or later die at the hands of those bad people out there. In the boy's view, he didn't lie on that last bit about Ditsang never wanting him, only his mother. In fact, he's got this idea that he's some sort of orphan picked up from the streets due to his old man's unfriendly nature. Ready to melt from the sad story, Bai Ning didn't need to think at all and accepted the kids. Rubbing the boy on the head, all right, you two will come with me from now on. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you or your sister from now on. Elated at his own success, the little sneaky fox almost couldn't hold back his own mischievous grin in that moment. Thankfully he's got plenty of practice in the past and kept it down, otherwise he would be caught right then and there. Thank you, pretty granny. Both kids happily said that. You too, your tongues are too sweet. Oh right Xiaochen, what happened to one of your eyes? The condition of that red eye has been bothering this lady for a while already, so she got right to it. Now the tears finally started to trickle down the boy's face, however, only the regular blue one was crying, the red one remaining dry as ever. My eye was poisoned. rubbing his red one like some bullied child. Those bad people wanted to hurt me, but now that I got pretty granny protecting me, I won't have to be afraid of those people anymore. Familiarity. 8. The boy's words brought warmth to the lady's heart because this feeling of being needed hasn't been felt in her for a long time. Sweetie, come with me, I'll bring you and your sister somewhere to rest. From now on no one can hurt either of you anymore with me around. Her promise sounded like it was meant for the kids to hear, but in truth, it's also meant for herself as a vow in this case. Back in the corridor of the inn, Ningyu has been staring back and forth for signs of her Auntie Ning ever since the woman left for a stroll. That face showed she's very anxious and didn't like being left alone. Fortunately for her though, this girl didn't need to wait long and soon caught a glimpse of the long-awaited figure. Racing over and ready to cry out, Ningyu was happy in that split second. That was until she noticed the others tagging along with the lady, specifically the two kids that's making the woman giggle with laughter. This made her unhappy, very unhappy indeed, because those fists had crunched up into a ball at this point. Nevertheless, she gathered herself after inhaling deeply to confront the situation. Auntie Ning, you're back. These two fellas are. She asks with a forced smile. Oh, they're both someone I met outside during my stroll. The boy's name is by Xiaofan and the girl is Dragoni. I saw that they are homeless and decided to take them in. What the lady didn't tell was the little guy would make her excruciatingly happy. Merely a single phrase would be enough to make her giggle with laughter, just like the beginning scene when she entered Ningyu's gaze. Hello little boy, little girl, my name is Ningyu, I'm happy to meet the both of you. The boy blinks and blinks, responding with a question instead. Auntie, what is your relationship with pretty granny? Having a kid call her a title far beyond her own age was, well, damning for the girl herself. Going stiff in the face like a cracked template, it's difficult for Ningyu to hold back the temper from her expression. You should call me sister. But, getting all teary, by Xiaofan really baked in the sad face, if you're calling her auntie and we're calling her pretty granny, wouldn't it be wrong to call you sister? Bai Ning couldn't bear to let this continue after seeing the boy's somewhat distraught face. Using a gentle voice to correct the girl, he is still a child, so you shouldn't get hung on some title or name. Besides, he didn't address you wrong considering all things. He's a child I took in as a grandson earlier, so he's right to call you auntie. Ningyu's body froze in that moment. She had tried for so many years in order to become Bai Ning's daughter, yet some unknown wild boy and girl could do so without her knowledge and in such short timing? Ridiculous. Unfair. Auntie Ning, pressing down her anger, Ningyu knew she had to say something to keep up her own image. I'm sorry, I am wrong, I shouldn't have been angry with a child. It's just. Auntie Ning is still so young. I only felt it's bad to call you a grandmother. Chuckling at the flattery, the lady almost found it amusing to be called young. I'm well over 40 at this point, which part of me is still young? If I had a daughter, then her children would be almost as big too. Therefore, it's right of them to call me a granny. Besides, I really like this little guy, so it's fine. Pursing her lips until blood almost faded from that skin, Ningyu really wanted to scream out in frustration. Thankfully for herself, she had better reasoning than to argue the issue right now. There's always another chance at another place, she's not going to let this go. Ningyu's jealousy. 1. Xiaofan, Dragoni, I'll arrange a place for you later. As for your bodyguards, Bai Ning glanced at the two following behind him, I'll put them in the room next to you, how about that? A firework of smiles promptly bloomed across the boy's face. Thank you, pretty granny. I really like you, and now I won't have to worry about those bad people coming to make trouble. You little. Bai Ning couldn't resist giving the kid a ruffle on the head to emphasize her affection. Don't worry, no one will be able to hurt you anymore. After she hummed this sentence, the lady then turns back to petite girl behind herself. Soft in her tone, I've taken him in as a grandson from now on, as his aunt, you must also help care for him. Don't be so fierce, okay? Ningyu didn't know why, but she's been dreadfully disliking this boy since the second she set eyes upon him, especially that dazzling smile. Even so, she kept her tongue in place knowing better. Auntie Ning, I will take good care of little Xiaofan. I also won't get angry so casually anymore. But it's as if the baby fox had a grudge against the petite girl or something. The moment she said that was when the boy followed up with a remark that left her steaming. Auntie, I'm hungry, can you get me some food? This damn boy, how dare he call me auntie still? Does he really think I can't do anything to him because he has Auntie Ning backing him? Just when Ningyu was stuffed full of unbalanced emotions, Bai Ning's soft gentle voice cuts in again, go prepare some food for them. These two have suffered enough while searching for their mother. It breaks my heart seeing how thin they are. Going from green to white, then back from white to green, the petite girl almost couldn't hold back her anger and lashed out. Okay, I'll go get things ready. She grudgingly replied. Not wanting to let her Auntie Ning notice her flaming hate of the kid, Ningyu almost bolted out of there in order to find a waiter in this inn. However, the devious and mischievous boy in question was apparently not done with his dig at the girl. Auntie, I want to eat the osmanthus cake on the other side of street, can you go buy some for me? When I passed the stall earlier, the smell was amazing. The taunt had the added effect of making the girl clench up that hand into a ball. Afraid to even turn around to show her menacingly dark face, Ningyu spoke with forced kindness, no worries, I'll be right back with your osmanthus cake. Having said this, she ran for it in order to avoid being called again. Even a saint has their limits and she has reached hers. Pleased with what he has done, Bai Xiaofan quickly removed the mean look in his eyes after the figure disappeared from view. Instead, he donned a lovely smile when speaking to Bai Ning, pretty granny, it's getting late now so I'll take my sister to rest first. You should too. Oblivious to the jab the boy had done, Bai Ning continues to showing a happy face due to her mood, okay, you two rest for now, I'll come call you when dinner is ready later. After that promise, the lady then went ahead to prepare the rooms needed for the kids and their followers. Only then did she return to her own room after setting everything in place. Ningyu's jealousy, too, inside of the room, Dragoni sat next to her brother with eyes blinking in wonderment. Gidge, is that Bai Ning? Really our grandmother? Is there a chance that it's just the same name? Bai Xiaofan shook his head, denying the theory. I do not believe there is such coincidence in this world, perhaps something happened and made her lose her memory? Dragoni, we must follow her around until mother arrives. The reason why the little steam bun was so sure Bai Yen would come searching for them was the contract inside of the old goat and snake. The familiars themselves may not be able to sense their mistress's location, but Bai Yen most certainly could through the bond. Okay, if that's what you want, Gidge. Drawing a sweet smile, the little missy's compliance was as strong as ever. Pang! Suddenly, the door to their room was knocked open, drawing their attention to Ningyu who barged in on them from the outside. The girl was fierce and aggressive, slamming the box in hand in front of the boy. Here's your stupid cake. So fast, said Bai Xiaofan with raised eyebrow. It couldn't be something you got from the kitchen and not the next street over, right? Despite the increasingly dark gloom hovering above her face, Ningyu kept her voice low in order to avoid rousing Bai Ning to their conversation. Why are you getting so picky and choosy for? You're nothing but a little beggar that Auntie Ning took in out of kindness, know your place. Bai Xiaofan's expression promptly turned somber as he stared down at the smashed box in front of himself. Not only was that remark from the girl an absolute insult, the food was as well in open form. What relationship do you have with pretty granny? He asks with heavier tone. Snorting derisively, I am her niece right now, of course, that's only temporary. In the future I will be her daughter instead. What do you mean by that? You still don't understand? Auntie Ning is going to marry my father, of course she will become my mother afterwards. So, you better stay away from my future mother, you little beggar. The boy could barely hold in the flare of rage brewing from within. You say pretty granny is going to marry your father? Humph, why do I highly doubt that claim? If she really was willing to marry your father, then you wouldn't be calling her auntie still after being together for so long. Although Bai Ning claims that she doesn't know Yunfeng, husband, of the Misty Fairy House, it doesn't matter. The little steambun had a strong intuition she's the one, the long-lost grandmother that they've been searching for. Grandfather is still waiting for her at home, she cannot marry someone else. Also, I won't let anyone coming around to destroy mother's happiness. The issue is just a matter of time. Regardless, you little beggars better stay away from my Auntie Ning, otherwise the pain will be yours to bear. The girl huffs, swinging herself around to leave only to be alarmed by the table being flipped over by the boy behind herself. Standing there in stunned rigidness, Ningyu awkwardly turned around again, surprised by what the kid's doing. She simply didn't have a clue as to what the boy was planning. This also applied to the two bodyguards next door who overheard the commotion and rushed over. Ningyu's jealousy, 3, even though the old goat and snake didn't understand what the boy was trying to pull here, they knew enough then to interrupt the show. Instead, they locked their focus onto Ningyu with a warning glare, saying if you try anything then we would snip you on the spot. What are you doing here? Did you finish buying the cake already? Ningyu was at a loss when this voice cut in from the rear, which made her go pale from not knowing how to react. Biting her lip, she instinctively started to weep in order to win some points. Auntie Ning, I'm sorry. I got lazy and didn't go to the street over for his cake and instead asked the kitchen for some. This likely angered little Xiaofan, SOSO. Faintly furrowing up her brow, Bai Ning first glanced at the flipped-over table, then at the weeping girl in question. It's obvious what has happened and she's not pleased at all. Even if you don't want to go out and buy the cake then that's fine, you could have said so to me, why do such deceptive things? What did I teach you since you were little? A person must be trustworthy, that's the basic rule in life. This bashing was not what Ningyu expected. Going stiff and disbelieving in the face, why is that the main focus? Isn't the main focus supposed to be about the table being flipped? How can Auntie Ning be so biased towards the kid? Xiaofan, Bai Ning heaves a long helpless sigh upon turning to the boy. If you didn't like the cake she bought then you could have asked her to buy it again, why get so upset? What if you hurt yourself? The boy didn't reply, only flushing red in the eye with tears quickly seeping out. Then as if determined after deciding on something, he reached over to grab onto Dragoni's hand and made a deep bow with his sister. Pretty granny, I'm sorry but we will have to say goodbye now. Alarmed and anxious on her face over that, Bai Ning promptly explained herself, Xiaofan, I am not blaming you so don't get angry, I was only worried about your well-being. If you leave now then what about those bad people, what if they come find you again? I am not afraid, me and my sister have come all this way by ourselves. We can keep walking forward if we must. Getting stubborn on his face, the normal blue eye he had was now full crying out. Ningyu to one side could care less about the boy's safety, but she does care a lot about coming out on top of this situation. Sure enough, a touch of gloating pride could be found across this girl's cheeky face. Although Auntie Ning is biased towards this little shit, but as long as I can drive them away then it's all good. At most she will only reprimand me a bit and that's that. Dragoni on the other hand still hasn't quite gotten along with the flow yet, which could be seen on her puzzled face at the moment. Huh? Didn't Gidge say we must follow grandmother around no matter what? Why are we leaving all of a sudden? Just when the little dragoness was bewildered by everything, the boy in question suddenly shot her a signaling glance that struck her like lightning. Instantly, she understood and cried out as well. Gidge, I don't want to go, I'm afraid of being taken away as a child wife by those bad people. I'm scared. Meanwhile back over at the doorway, Dragon Flame was absolutely flabbergasted by the two kids' ability to put on a show of this caliber, especially that remark about being a child wife. What a word to use. Don't be afraid Dragon, I will protect you. Tightly hugging his sister like a stubborn kid that's trying to forcefully put on a mature face, and, even if we encounter greater danger in the future, it's nothing compared to being treated as a beggar. but I really like pretty granny. While wiping the tears and snots from her face, the little missy suddenly threw herself into Bai Ning's leg to cling onto the lady. Pretty granny, please don't drive me and Gidge away, we will be good, okay? We are very good. We can help babysit your future baby and never make you angry. Ning Yu's jealousy, for Bai Ning didn't expect to hear anything like that from the boy's mouth, so her reaction didn't come right away. What little beggar? What's going on? Babysit? What babysit? Where am I supposed to get a baby? She asks everyone in the room, trying to get some clear answers. Timidly looking up to lock eyes with the lady, Dragoni puckers her lip like she's suffering from some great grievance. Just now this auntie said you are going to marry her father, and that you are going to be her mother soon. She also told us not to pester you, but I'm scared. Pretty granny, can you not drive us away? Like his sister, the little steam bun was also tearing up in the face, just that his appearance was that of a stubborn boy trying hard to hold back his tears. Dragoni, let's go, we will go find mother, only mother loves us in this world now. Wah! As if prearranged, the little missy throws her face into the boy's arm. Gidge, I miss mother, but there are so many bad people out there, I don't know if we will make it till then. Bai Ning just stared at this scene, not able to process the situation due to how much information there was. However, when she saw the sad and pitiful appearance of the two kids, her chest would become overwhelmed with an inexplicable stuffiness of anger and pain. Turning cold in her eyes, she turns to the instigator of this argument. Ning Yu, when did I say I will marry your father? I have clearly rejected him and you shouldn't have such thoughts either. Also, these two aren't some sort of beggar I brought back from the outside. You have no right to drive them away from me. The petite girl got pale as she staggered backwards. Auntie Ning, I really didn't. Didn't? You mean that they're lying instead? Disappointment filled the woman's eye when confronting this girl whom she considered a niece for all these years. She watched her grow, from an innocent and lovely child to this, deceitful and mean girl. How could Bai Ning not be disappointed? Hell, how could anyone not be disappointed? Unfortunately, Ning Yu apparently didn't get the hint and grasped onto the idea like it's her lifeline. Biting her lip like she's the one suffering. Yes, Auntie Ning, they are lying. You watched me grow up, so you should know me better than anyone. How could I treat these two lovely children in that fashion? If anything, I couldn't wait to cuddle them due to how cute they are. It's already come to this in the girl's mind, so she decided to go ahead and lie all the way. What else could she lose in this case? Now only did Bai Ning feel disappointed, she's also furious at this point. Drawing a sarcastic smirk, Ning Yu, you've known me for many years already, do you think I would be fooled this easily? If you had admitted your mistake, then I would have perhaps forgiven you. But now, you are persistently claiming they are lying? Inhaling deeply, the lady wanted to lash out but couldn't. Children of their age are the least likely to lie, not to mention they have no grudge against you, so why would they frame you? Ning Yu's body trembled more intensely than before. In the end, she had underestimated these two kids. It never occurred to this petite girl that they would be able to win her Auntie Ning over to such extent, even to the point where her argument doesn't stand a chance. Understanding this much, Ning Yu promptly clenched up her fist and plopped to the ground, those tears flowing down like a hot spring. I am wrong, Auntie Ning, I know I am wrong now. I'm sorry, but I got jealous, I was worried. In this world, you were the only one aside from my pa who is around me, I was afraid you would leave me behind. That's why I said you were going to marry my father, I valued you as my mother because I had no other. Now that was the right thing to say here in this case. Sure enough, Bai Ning's heart was moved by that explanation because it's true to some extent. Ning Yu's jealousy. 5. Auntie Ning, desperately clinging onto the woman's hand, Ning Yu pleads with her all, I was blinded by jealousy, that's why I did everything. I was afraid after seeing how nice you were being to these strange children. I know my fault now, please forgive me. Bai Ning could understand why this girl would behave this way, after all, she did lose her mother as a baby. Putting her desire for a mother on someone else was normal behavior. Nevertheless, that doesn't excuse what Ningyu has done thus far by lying and doubling down on that lie. That's the sort of behavior she detested, and from someone she knew at that. Inhaling deeply, the lady eventually steeled her heart because condoning bad behavior would only bring more harm. A lesson must be taught. You've let me down too much today. Go back to your father. I only need Xiaofan and Dragoni to keep me company during this period. Ningyu's panicking now. She knows, if she leaves today then coming back out with her Auntie Ning would be close to impossible anymore. Not only that, she might also completely lose her position in the woman's heart and be replaced by these two little shits. Auntie Ning, I really know my wrong, I beg you, please let me stay. I can help you look after these two kids while you're not around. Take care of them. Bai Ning evokes a smirk similar to sneer due to how ridiculous that last bit was. You're not going to be satisfied until you completely drive them away, do you? No, I'm not, please believe me. The girl pleads, her hand desperately grasping onto the woman's sleeve and unwilling to let go. The situation looked bad for Ningyu regardless how one examined it. However, it's then that the little steam bun stepped in with an unexpected defense. Pretty granny, if she wants to stay then let her. Stunned by the remark, Bai Ning bows down to eye level with the boy. You're not angry anymore? I was never angry, so let her stay, pretty granny, okay? Flashing a wonderful smile, it's hard to believe there's even a hint of malice in the boy's words. Alright, if that's what you wish. Truly, the lady didn't have the will or heart to refuse him, regardless of her own opinion on the matter. Lowering her tone by a notch when speaking to the girl, since Xiaofan is defending you then I won't insist on you going back anymore. However, if I find out you were to perform the same mistake again like today then I won't forgive you anymore, understand? Also, I won't ever meet you or your father again in this lifetime. I promise, Auntie Ning, I promise. Relieved inside, Ningyu couldn't ask for a better outcome. The only issue was the level of pampering the lady was giving to the little steam bun. It's gnawing at her heart and making it unbearable. Then go back to your room first, the kids still need to rest. Stopping to give the boy a rub on the head, Bai Ning didn't bother to give any more attention to the girl behind herself. Now Xiaofan, tell me who those bad people are, I will help you get revenge on them so they can't ever come make trouble. Nodding with bright twinkling eyes, a brilliant smile comes out of the boy's face. Pretty granny, if only you are my real granny, then that would be great. Giving a faint chuckle at the boy's comment, you silly, isn't it the same if you just call me pretty granny? Same? Of course not. Bai Xiaofan inwardly protests, knowing full well that won't do. What if Grandpa Yunfeng finds out? He will definitely be unhappy if I'm speaking to Granny Ning like some outsider. Oblivious to what the kid was thinking inside, Bai Ning instead turned back to the girl who was still lingering at the door. Frosty in her voice, you're still not going back to your room? Pained and suffering inside at the harsh tone, Ningyu felt indignant right now. Not uttering a word, she fled the room for her own without looking back. Very soon, everyone has gone, leaving only the two kids inside the room with the door closed. Gidge, why did you ask her to stay? Losing the weeping picture from her face, Dragoni returns to her curious self from before with a hint of confusion mixed in there. Ningyu's jealousy, 6, dummy. Bai Xiaofan knocks the girl on the head out of frustration. Granny helped raise the girl for many years, there's no way they would have no attachment to each other. If we drive her away then the girl and her father would definitely become an issue in the future. I'm not going to risk having someone steal our grandmother away somewhere down the line. Grandmother belongs to grandfather. As their grandchild, I have a duty to keep them together. Still doubtful in the way she blinks her eyes, Dragoni apparently didn't get it yet. So, the boy cunningly smirks, in order to avoid having this danger lurking around in the long run, we can snub the bud in its early stages. See Dragoni, keeping her around will allow us to do just that, eliminate her place in Granny's heart. Blinking like stars in the sky, the little missy finally got it. Gidge is so clever, you are the smartest. Of course, I'm my mother's son and not like those stupid people out there. Pride filled the kid's face when he announced this, leaving no room for argument about the matter. Dragony, you need to smarten up too. Next time you need to be more cooperate when I start acting, otherwise they might catch on like today. This time he managed to take advantage of his grandmother's love for him to gain the upper hand, but that's not going to always work. Furthermore, he felt guilty about playing his own family, that's not his style. After a long while, Dragony eventually manages to mutter out her own opinion. Gidge, if your father the king hears about your behavior then he's going to be very sad and angry. The little missy was fully aware of how little Xiaofan did to help his old man pursue his own mother. So, considering the huge difference in treatment, it's no wonder she would think that way. That's not exactly the same, the boy puckers his lip. Grandfather is someone dear to mother, and grandmother is also someone dear to mother, that's why I would do this. In other words, the reason he wouldn't help Song was because Bai Yen didn't relatively care for the man back then. Remember Dragony, you are part of my family now. If there's any fault then it's always going to be Batty father's fault, never mother's. The kid sternly and seriously states this. Nodding cluelessly as usual, Dragony didn't object to the idea. Does that mean the king is second in importance? No, the second place is obviously our little sister who hasn't been born yet. As for Batty father, you can put him in third place. Now it was the little missy's turn to be discontented. Puckering her lip to one side, no way, Gidge is third, I like Gidge more. Thankfully Song himself wasn't around to listen to their discussion, otherwise he would be so extremely angry right now due to being placed in last place of this family. Now that's good. Patting the little missy like a good adult, Xiaofan compliments her before turning to his two bodyguards who's still waiting to one side. Ningyu's jealousy, 7, did you hear? If either of you sense my mother's presence then come inform us right away. Commanding and forceful, there's not an ounce of naivety in the boy's voice. Dragon flame twitched in the corner of his mouth over that order. Seriously, did he even need to be ordered for that? If that woman were anywhere close and he found out he would run off to her in an instant. Both of you go down then, Xiaofan cocks a brow before turning back to Dragony with a blossoming smile, you rest also, mother will come find us soon. Giving one final nod, the little missy didn't doubt the boy's words, only trusting and believing his every statement. Back over at Ningyu's side, the outraged girl had just returned to her own room inside the inn. She's full of anger right and wanted to smash something to vent the frustration. However, right as she's about to break the nearest teacup on the table, she stopped halfway out of fear for disturbing Bai Ning. Blasted kid, how dare you set me up? She viciously mutters this to no one in specific, no matter, since you're the one trying to steal my Auntie Ning then it's you who's going to die. Nothing but a child, regardless of how cunning he is, he can't possibly pose a threat to me with his weak strength. I will find a time where Auntie Ning is not looking and finish him. But before she could figure out her next course of action, the door to her room was suddenly pushed open and in came a familiar figure. Auntie Ning, how come you're here? She hurriedly asks after being startled by the entry. Bai Ning didn't reply to the question, only showing a frown due to the strange atmosphere in the room. In the end, it was the lady herself who breaks the silence with a sigh. I have always thought of you as a good child, but today your behavior is too disappointing. You've let me down. If it wasn't for Xiaofan pleading for your case, I wouldn't have kept you around. The truth frightened Ningyu, causing the girl to reach out in a panic. Auntie Ning, I know I am wrong back there, please don't leave me behind. I simply care about you too much. You know it too. I never had a mother because she passed away when I was a baby. I simply didn't want anyone to steal you away. Showing a bittersweet smile while shaking her head, if you weren't partially raised by me then you think I would still be standing here? I'm also at fault. I did look after you but I didn't educate you properly, causing you to be so narrow-minded. Over the years, she has been running around so often that she's not taken the effort to oversee the child's growth. The fault wasn't entirely hers, but Bai Ning couldn't shirk off the responsibility either. I really like that child. I had liked him since the first time I laid eyes on him. So, I do not want you to continue to bully him, otherwise I won't forgive you the next time around, you need to understand that. After dropping this final warning, Bai Ning didn't look back and walked out again, leaving only the shaking girl in the background who had crumbled to the floor. Bai Ning's admirer, 1, her face turned pale as sweat rolled down the forehead after being left alone again. Why? Auntie Ning only met that little shit today, why does she care so much about him? And me, I've been with her for more than a decade, how can I be shoved off to one side by some nobody? The more she dwelled on the subject, the more twisted and disgusted Ning Yu's face became. The girl's about to lose her sanity at this rate. The bloodshot eyes, the tightly gripping balls of hand, everything about her appearance spelled obsessive insanity. You just wait, I'll never let you go. All those who try to steal my Auntie Ning deserves to die. Standing in the middle of a secluded valley, a woman in red had just arrived at this location. Xiaofan and Dragoni should be around here somewhere. Bai Yan scans the surrounding terrain, looking for further signs of Dragon Flame and Half-Qing Sing's energy signature. Don't worry kids, I'll be there very soon. It's then right as she's about to continue her search for the family, a faint voice cuts in from above and catches her attention. Girl, this place is not for you to come, go back now. If you don't then the consequences will be yours to bear. The owner of this warning was a man wearing a deep blue robe who appeared out of thin air through a ripple in space. At first this person was frank and carefree in appearance, similar to an elder speaking to a youngster out of kindness. However, that face changed the second he saw the contour of the woman beneath himself. It's that of shock and horror. Bai Yan naturally noticed the new aura nearby. Squinting her eyes into a narrow slit, she looks up to confront the person as well. You know me? Recovering from his slip-up, he sneers, why should I know you? Since you dare break into my territory then you don't need to leave anymore. Boom! The killing intent came boiling out from the man's body, covering the entire valley in his pressure. You know Bai Ning? She gets straight to the point after making a flip off the ground and narrowly avoiding the shockwave. This man must be related to my mother if he has such a strong reaction. Either some great hatred or some secret he doesn't want me to know. Regardless of the answer, he knows something. Ning Yuan's response was a simple one in this case, a cold smirk and a direct attack. Bang! Making a direct hit with a palm strike to the chest, the man's sudden attack causes the woman to spill blood from the mouth due to the abrupt hit. Turning hard and cold in the face, Bai Yan endures the stinging pain and speaks out again, I knew it, you know Bai Ning for sure. What is it? A vendetta, or some secret you won't reveal to me? Though the truth wasn't conclusive yet, Bai Yan didn't care because her body told her all she needed to know. That powerful sense to get closer to the woman from that day, the urge to cry out, everything pointed to a bond of blood. Young girl, knowing too many things won't do you any good. However, your luck is very good, you actually ended up coming to me in person. Now I won't let you live to see her. Bai Ning's admirer, too, Bai Yan's expression sank at the imminent threat to her own life. According to the woman's own assessment, this man was likely at the high divine stage while she herself stood at the bottom divine level. It's not looking good no matter how she weighed it. For one, she didn't have Dragon Flame or Half-Qing Sing around, so relying on backup was out of the question, and she only has her sword Godslayer around, the terms are not looking good. Flickering a cunning light in her eyes since fighting was out of the question, Bai Yan suddenly cried out and pointed to the area behind the man, Bai Ning? Bai Ning? What? Drained of color from his face, Ning Yuan hurriedly swings his head around in search. However, what he found wasn't the familiar figure of the woman whom he loves, it's emptiness. There's nothing, only air and the occasional bristling of the breeze against the greenery. Outraged at being tricked, the man immediately swung his head back towards the woman in question. Unfortunately for him though, no one's going to sit around and wait for him to kill them. "Stinking girl, how dare you deceive me!" he cries out in utter disgust towards the trailing red light that disappeared from his view. Make no mistake, Ning Yuan was not one to be so easily fooled. The only reason he was in this case was because of Bai Ning's name. He would do anything to get on her good grace, and by anything, it's anything. Not far away, Bai Yan was still fleeing for her own life when she cast a glance to the back, and that's when she saw the man right at her tail. Her heart pumped at this sight. Without another thought, she drew her Godslayer out to block the oncoming punch. In a roaring explosion of force, Bai Yan found the air fleeing her chest as metal met flesh from the exchange. Tumbling right out of the air, she crashes down to the floor in a loud smacking thud. Blood spewed out of her mouth as a result of the impacting injury. "Girl, I like to see how far you can get with your measly strength." Bai Yan did not respond to the threat, only grasping heavily to her Godslayer while using those watchful eyes to keep a wary look at the enemy in front. But then an idea hit her again upon noticing something. Sneering in her voice, "If you're going to kill me anyways, then why not tell me the truth? This way I can at least die without grievance." Cracking a laugh at the woman, Ning Yuan happily obliged over those sweet words. "All right, I don't mind at all since you're going to be a corpse soon enough." Taking a couple of steps forward, the pressure surged out of the man's body and swamped over Bai Yan's face and made her flinch. "I have no grudge against her, on the contrary, Bai Ning's the woman of my world, I love her." When speaking about his greatest desire, the man gradually lost the murderous intent in his eyes and replaced it with gentle kindness, a sight Bai Yan didn't expect to see from the person. "I fell in love with her at first sight years ago. At the time she had just given birth to a daughter not long and sent the baby away. Apparently she was being pursued by some enemy, and that's when I picked her up by passing through." A gleam seems to glow out of his eyes when recalling the past tale. Bai Ning's admirer, 3, but she just won't forget about the other person, always longing for him despite not remembering his name. "Why? I've stayed by her side for so long, and I don't even mind if she's married before and with a child. Why won't she accept me?" Against that logic, Bai Yan only wanted to snicker a sneer due to how shameless it was. "So that's how you assume things? Just because you don't mind, she must marry you then? If I were in her shoe, I wouldn't want to accept a narrow-minded person like you either." "You shut up." Ning Yuan snaps back, his eyes spewing glares of fire. "You think just because you're her daughter that you're the same? I did so much for her, why wouldn't she be moved? Furthermore, because of her, I ended up having a baby with another woman." Pricking her brow in surprise, Bai Yan didn't expect an excuse like that. "She made you have a baby with another woman?" "That's right." Ning Yuan seemingly couldn't grasp the outrageous logic there and clenched up his face with gritted teeth. "That day I was hurt by her denial and mistakenly got myself drunk into bed with another tramp. Originally the experience didn't mean anything, but that harlot bore my child. And then she accused me of being irresponsible. Due to that reasoning, I ended up marrying that whore for her sake. Thankfully Ninger lost all her memories at one point. I still have a chance." Bai Yan's sneering mockery only grew deeper after hearing all that nonsense. "Now let me get this straight. You getting drunk and then sleeping with another woman is my mother's fault? Then getting another person pregnant is also my mother's fault? Huh, that's the first time I heard something so outrageously stupid. Just admit it, you are nothing but a disgrace that uses the other sex for your own self-indulgence. My mother never had you in her heart and she never will." Going stiff after being pointed out with the truth, Ning Yuan snaps back with crumbling insanity. "You filthy bitch, if you keep talking nonsense then I'll kill you now." Ticking the corner of her lip into a snarl now. "What, just because I'm speaking the truth? You're only lashing out because you know I'm right." Boom! Raging out with power, the man locks onto Bai Yan with glares of red and death. "Die! Whether it be because of her relationship with Ning'er, or the words she said just now, this girl must die. Under the barrage of hits coming down from above, Bai Yan's body went flying backwards again until it slammed into a huge oak tree. As a result of the pain, she could barely keep the air inside her lungs at this point. Even so, this woman who never backed down in her life continues to resist, standing up and continuing to confront the man's pressure. I wasn't certain if Bai Ning is my mother or not earlier, but now I can say for sure she is. Don't worry, I will live to see her, and in this lifetime, you won't ever get another chance to meet her again. The woman's voice remains unyielding as ever, a fitting stance for someone so stubborn and proud. Shut up, you shut up. Perhaps it's panic or fear of what might occur from the promise of the woman. Ning Yuan's attacks grew more powerful with each hit he threw out, yet. Unlike the last assault, Bai Yan's figure never once took a step back, not one. Bai Ning's admirer, for Ning Yuan may not want to let this woman in front of himself live, but not even he could ignore how persistent the lady was by rooting herself to the spot. What a shame, if you weren't related to Ning'er then I might have accepted you as my apprentice. But you are, and for that, you can't live. She belongs to me in this life. When proclaiming this, a look of madness gripped the man's face like he's lost it. Huffing a grunt at the shamelessness, you think just because you wish it that you will be able to stop her from returning to her family? Aside from me, there are many others looking for her. One day my father too will find her. Wordless at the notion, Ning Yuan flared red and reappeared before Bai Yan's face, his hand tightly clenching the lady's collar like a lunatic. Tell me, where the hell is that man? If I kill him then no one can take her. Naturally she wouldn't spill the beans and mocked him some more with her smirk. Damn wench, if you don't tell me then I will make you suffer more than death. So what's the plan here by provoking someone that's lost all reasoning? If it was earlier then Bai Yan wouldn't have any of course, however, that changed the moment she crashed into the oak tree. Just now the bond between her and the old goat has reconnected, meaning she's able to call her two familiars over. Time, that's what she needed, and that's exactly why she's stalling. If you want to know then why not ask my mother instead? Ho ho. A snarling growl filled Ning Yuan's lip. If she was willing to say then she would have told me before she lost her memory. Now I got no way to find out because she can't even remember. I'm giving you one more chance, tell me now. Leaning against the stump of the fallen oak, Bai Yan didn't care and closed her eyes to allow the man free range to wrangle her collar. Silence was the best and it's the reason he's keeping her alive. You slut. Bang. Aggravated by the resistance, Ning Yuan throws another punch, but this time it's for the lady's face instead. Sensing it due to the wind blowing in from the front, Bai Yan reflexively blocked with her Godslayer. Just like the last time, the recoiling shockwave was devastating when flesh met metal, causing the lady to throw up blood from the mouth again and making her complexion go pale white. Not done yet, the man throws another, and several more punches in quick succession afterwards. But right when he's about to finish the job after losing his mind, he somehow couldn't. Inches, only inches away, Ning Yuan's fist stalled, hanging there in midair like he's frozen solid. Bai Yan also noticed this oddity, believing her life was about to end as well at first, but then she soon realized why. Looking down, a muscular hand of pristine grace had wound itself around her waist, giving the lady the oh-so-familiar protective sensation from way past. Bai Ning's admirer, 5, Yi Feng, why are you here? She murmurs this out without a second thought, almost tearing up due to his godbrother's sudden arrival. This man saved me again. I might not ever be able to repay the debts to him at this rate. Chu Yifeng didn't respond right away, only loosening his hands first and pulling the lady behind himself for protection. Wait here for me. After saying that, the picturesque man then locks onto the foolish foe who still doesn't understand who the interloper was. Boy, you'd better mind your own business, otherwise. Ning Yen narrows his into a squint, the threat obvious. Acting like he's not heard the warning at all, Chu Yifeng presses forward with casual strides that seemingly made Ning Yuan flinch from the mountainous pressure coming off of his existence. The strength of this kid, it's not normal. Ning Yuan inwardly exclaims, finally realizing the boy wasn't someone he could easily crush if he didn't take him seriously. Do you know what kind of ending befalls those who hurt her? The young man's voice was faint but bitter and cold. They have all died after I hunted them to the end of this world to make sure they regret it. Bai Yan went stiff after hearing that. True, this man whom she thought of as a brother has done exactly that since she arrived at the Holy Land. Never did he allow those who hurt her to get away afterwards. But sadly, she could never answer his feelings knowing fully well what he wanted, and for that, she owes him. Pursing her lip in the back, the lady suddenly found herself unable to look away from that stoic figure. She doesn't know why either, but she just got this strange feeling that the man before him has changed in some way since the last time she saw him. What was the change? Well, she doesn't know what either, it's just different. But then it hit her. From within the deepest part of Bai Yan's brain, a fleeting figure of someone she met only recently appeared. It's Chu Yi God's figure. Yifeng, what sort of relationship do you exactly have with that Yi God? She blubbers this out with uncertainty in her voice. Me and Bai Ning looking similar can be blamed on us being mother and daughter, we're blood related, but what's the deal with the two? They're practically printed out of the same silhouette. Aside from the aura that's slightly different, there's no difference. Chu Yifeng stopped moving then, giving the lady the illusion that he's stiff and rigid like she's caught onto something critical. Nevertheless, the strange behavior he had soon recovered to focus back on Ning Yuan who had begun his attack. I told everything to this stinking bitch, no matter what she must die here today. The scum vows inwardly after throwing the first punch. Chu Yifeng remains unfazed and indifferent as ever naturally, even if his opponent was an incredibly strong one. With a wave of his sleeve, he repels the first attack in addition to throwing a punch of his own. Boom! In an instant, powerful shockwaves rocked the valley due to their fists colliding with one another. Trees were destroyed, rocks crushed, and the whole terrain a cratering mess. Yifeng! Bai Yan cries out in urgency. Looking behind herself, she attempts to find signs of her two familiars who should be arriving soon. Sadly, they were nowhere to be found still and left her disappointed and panicking. Mother and daughter reunion. 1. Ning Yuan was furious as the fire burned within his chest. He wanted to bypass this young man whom kept getting in his way but couldn't. Yenner, you go first. Sensing the murderous gaze flying over to the woman behind himself, Chu Yifeng faintly mutters this out as a precaution, I'll come to you later so leave first. Bai Yan didn't comply like the man wished, only staring coldly at Ning Yuan who's also shooting death glares in return. Please leave first. Finding no movement, Chu Yifeng says it a second time. Don't worry, I will be alright. Now go back, your baby needs tending. Bai Yan trembled at the reminder, this man, he's always like this, so tendering and caring. Just now during the fighting she may have focused all her energy around the stomach area in order to protect the baby, but a bit of the scum's residual force still managed to get inside despite her efforts. So, unless she takes good care of the injury soon, it would inevitably harm her unborn child inside. Wait for me Yifeng, I'll be back soon. Giving one final glance of guilt, Bai Yan rapidly turned away knowing she's leaving him behind to his own bidding. Stop! Ning Yuan went pale at this sight. Despite wanting to stop this from happening, the scum couldn't go any further because the second he took a step forward, the young man's figure had come again and blocked his path. Your opponent is me. Always as indifferent but with a cold chilling note, Chu Yifeng's expressionless face was unreadable, which only provoked the scum further in this manner. Both men are powerful individuals in their own right, as a result, the friction and force created by their auras pounding against each other was incredible and awe-inspiring. Boy, the woman's baby, it's not your child is it? Yifeng didn't answer, only calmly gazing at the scum for signs of movement. And due to this silent attitude, it gave the bastard the answer that he wanted. Is it worth it for a woman who would bear another man's child? Ning Yuan throws another punch after saying that but was caught by the boy's hand instead. In this scum's view, the woman he loves could only bear his child and no one else's, that's why he's getting so confident. So what? So what? This light and mild retort from Chu Yifeng left the scum stunned and blown away. Truly, Ning Yuan never expected another man to be able to withstand such a thing. That's equivalent to a wife cheating on their husband in his mind. I promised her before in this life that I will never let anyone hurt her and her children, that means no one. Exactly like this young lord of the Holy Land says, he's done precisely just that and kept to his oath. He's a true man. So, as if making a statement, the grip around Chu Yifeng's hand tightens again, creating a crunching sound against the scum's fist. Is this boy really stupid or just acting? Dilating his eyes inwardly, Ning Yuan couldn't believe his own ears right now. It's already bad enough to protect another man's woman, now he's also protecting another man's child. Isn't this as stupid as it comes? Ning Yuan couldn't hold back his derisive sneer at the thought. You don't want me to kill her? Fine, I will make sure I kill her then. Boy, I admit you're quite the strong one, but compared to me, you're still lacking. As usual, Chu Yifeng didn't speak and ignored the man's taunt, which only made the scum more outraged and more furious as he withdrew his fist. Now an immeasurable force hovers around both men's body like it's going to crack the sky itself. Mother and daughter reunion, too. Bai Yan's figure shuttled through the trees at incredible speed after she made her escape, only stopping after her body could no longer sustain itself due to fatigue. Sweating droplets across her forehead, she wordless rubbed her own belly since the last of her excess energy was spent on protecting the baby. I'm sorry for putting you in danger, I'll check on you right away. Gently smiling, she then quickly pulled out a replenishment pill to help recover some of her lost strength for the task. But I believe in you, my baby. No matter what happens, you will continue to stay with me because you are strong. Seemingly able to hear her cooing voice, the unborn child sends a heavy kick to her tummy as a response. It still hurts for Bai Yan to have a strong bump like that, but it made her happy nevertheless to know the child's well. Minutes later, after examining various parts of her own body, the lady frowns and mutters to herself, I guess I underestimated the strength of a high divine after all, his power hit me harder than I thought. Recovering from this will be more difficult than expected. It's then at this moment a flashing image of Ning Yuan's face popped up again, causing her eyes to tighten into a cold chilling glare. But regardless of what happens, I will make sure his plan doesn't succeed. I will find my mother in this life, and I'll make sure she learns the truth. After vowing to herself on future plans, the lady attempts to get up again to no success. The pain from pulling at her wound left her breathless and gasping for air then. However, she didn't need to move. Exactly right as she's deliberating on what to do, two familiar energy signatures had caught her attention. Swinging her head around with a joyous smile, she could see it was none other than Dragon Flame and Half Qing Sing. Dragon Flame, Half Qing Sing, you're finally here. But where's Dragoni and Xiaofan, shouldn't they be with you? Twitching in the corner of his mouth, the old goat really wanted to bash at the lady for being so inconsiderate when they rushed over with such haste. I've came as soon as I got your message, so, I couldn't inform him in time. Are you hurt? Drawing a happy-go-lucky smile of his own, the old goat was enjoying the sight of the lady being in such a messy state. Ragged clothes on her body, blood stains here and there, what a sight to behold. Humph. That's what you get for scheming against me. I really should go thank the one who did the deed. Bai Yan naturally perceived the guy's thought, however, she didn't care and kept herself from arguing. 300 meters from here are two people, they're fighting right now. The one wearing the white robe is Xiaofan's godfather, I want both of you to go help him immediately. Dragon Flame and Half Qing Sing both didn't want to help, of course, they got nothing to do with that conflict, but because of the constraints placed onto their soul due to the soul-binding contract, they could only do as ordered. Though begrudgingly, of course. Mother and daughter reunion, 3, oh right. Seeing that the two were about to go, Bai Yan hurried to ask for one last key detail: where is my son and daughter? I'll go to them right now. Inside the largest inn of Lucheng City, Dragon Flame threw out this answer without struggle: they should be waiting for you there. Done with that, the old goat and snake immediately took to the air and hurried over to the indicated location. The pair may not like helping the lady in whatever matter she has gotten herself into, but they knew enough their freedom relied on satisfying the wishes of their newfound mistress, hence their hurried pace. This is good, Yifeng should be fine with those two going to help him. It's time I went to find Xiaofan and Dragony. Bai Yan thought, pulling herself up from the floor and giving one final bittersweet glance before heading for the nearby city. Inside the inn, Bai Xiaofan had been holing himself up inside the room with his sister after they decided to stay here. He's very bored, but also very worried at the same time, which could be seen by the frown and constant sighing from his mouth. Why didn't mother come find me yet? Pressing his chin against the hand that's finicking around with the chopstick, he turns to Dragony for some comfort. What am supposed to do? I miss mother so much. Despite the woes of the boy who did nothing but mope before the many dishes on the table, the young dragoness on the other hand was gobbling up the food with great interest when she looked up. Gidge, you don't want to eat? I don't have an appetite if mother is not around. Placing the chopstick down after giving that comment, he just stared at the table for no reason before breaking out into another sigh. Dragony, why hasn't she come for us yet? Do you think she has already taken a liking to a new baby and don't want me anymore? The boy's expression dissolves into that of someone suffering some great grievance, that voice pathetic and whiny now. Then before anyone could reply to the kid's pointless muttering, his ears pricked up and he slammed the table with his hands while jolting up. Dragony didn't expect this and also jerked at the sudden commotion of course. Food in her mouth, she cluelessly inquired for details. What's wrong? But without giving an answer, Bai Xiaofan ignored the wondering eyes of his sister and quickly ran out the door. As soon as he did so was when he saw the familiar red dress that he's been waiting for. Likewise, Bai Yan had also noticed the little steam bun that's gazing down at herself from the second floor of this establishment. She didn't bother to hide her relief and happiness while standing in the main lobby where the rest of the patrons were. Immediately opening up her arms at the boy who had literally threw himself into the air, the lady happily welcomed the warm emotional welcome. Mother. The boy locked onto his mother's body like glue, refusing to let go in the slightest. Why did it take you so long to find me, mother? Are you already in favor of another baby and not want me anymore? Amused by the silly remark from her son, Bai Yan's first reaction was to scratch his nose to remove the idea. Silly, why would your mother I go look for another child when you are so adorable and cute and sensible? Only with that comforting phrase did the little steam bun release his genuine smile of happiness after being so glum for all these days of wandering. Burying his face into the woman's chest to seek comfort, Mother, I missed you so much. Before I went into the secret domain in order to grow stronger so I couldn't see you at all, and then it was not easy to get a glimpse of you after you and Batty Father came to find me. In total I barely got to be with you for more than a few days in the past few months. Mother and daughter reunion, one hand wounding tightly around the boy's tiny body, the other around his head, Bai Yan heavily hugged her son to no end in order to make up for their separation. And as if to answer her calling, Dragony had also ran down from the stairs by then, her face just as excited as the boy but with two braids flinging up and down due to all her running. Dragony, I'm here now. At first the little missy was still standing in front of her own godmother in a dumb dazed state due to how suddenly she arrived at their place, but that instantly changed and evolved into a honey-sweet smile as she pounced as well upon coming back to reality. Now it was Bai Yan who was taken aback by how much these two kids were attaching themselves to her. Truly, she never expected they would miss her to such an extent. Looks like I was wrong from the very start. Making them wait at the demon realm wouldn't have worked from the beginning considering Xiaofan's clingy personality. I should have expected this. Mother, Bai Xiaofan suddenly grabs onto the lady's hand after the embrace. I have something to tell you, But before the boy could divulge whatever's on his mind, a soft gentle voice had come in from the second floor and catching the group's attention. "Xiaofan, did your mother come find you?" Drawn by the signature of that voice, Bai Yan turns to look upwards and was rewarded with the familiar blue dress and face from not long ago. To say the person was a body double of herself wasn't an understatement. Likewise, Bai Ning also did the same in this case. Though she already knew Bai Xiaofan's mother was very similar to herself in appearance, but the level of likeness was uncanny even to her own eyes. "You," Bai Yan's voice sounding shaken by the encounter, she splutters and ends up saying nothing due to the emotional waves running inside. Whether it be in the previous life or this one, Bai Yan has never gotten a chance to experience the bond of having a mother, hence her strong bond to the little steam bun. She needed to make up for the hollowness in the heart over the lack of motherly love. Now imagine the news of actually being able to mend that loss. There's no way the lady wouldn't be moved beyond words. Showing a faint sorrowful smile, Bai Ning was the first to break the silence. "Lady, are you Xiaofan's mother? If you are, then that's good. I happened to pick him up along the road, so I'm happy that his family is here." Bai Yan choked again when trying to speak, which only made it more apparent when the little steam bun interrupts her. "Pretty granny, my mother and us were all driven out by my baddie father. We got nowhere else to stay, so can you take us all in?" Only then did the stunned-looking Bai Yan recover from her initial excitement. Frowning at his little boy, "Xiaofan, does your father know that you're framing him like this?" Naturally, the boy knew exactly what his mother was indicating to with her questioning face but didn't care. Showing teary eyes, the kid continues to stare at his grandmother for help. Meanwhile, on the other end, Bai Ning was lighting up at being begged to let them stay. To be clear, she was just as hesitant to see the group go, so this arrangement was like a windfall, the perfect setup in her view if she could have it. "If lady wishes to stay, then of course that's fine. Your decision." A while later, after staying quiet, Bai Yan finally got to express her opinion. "My name is Bai Yan, you can call me Yener. I'm somewhat unaccustomed to being called lady, so please call me by what my family and friends do." Flashing a smile of hope, the woman didn't bother to hide the level of yearning in her voice now. Mother and daughter reunion, 5, happy to oblige the request, Bai Ning said, "All right, how can I refuse when you're insisting already? I will call you Yener from now on. By the way, do we know each other at some point?" Her soft gentle voice left Bai Yan visibly shaken because the way she said it hinted at something else. "Truth is, I don't remember much about my past anymore, but I always felt like I should have a daughter. I know this because I was holding a baby's doo-doo when I came to again after losing my memories. So, I've always believed my loved ones would come find me one day." Making a sigh, the lamenting lady's mind faded back to the time where she would yearn for someone to come seek her return to where family and friends waited. Sadly, that day never came, and eventually she too began to lose hope, replacing the feeling with disappointment and regret. Bai Yan acted right away upon hearing that shocking revelation. Dilating her eyes into a squint, she promptly shot her spiritual feelers out for examination. The patient herself naturally sensed the intrusion into her own body, but Bai Ning didn't resist and closed her eyes instead, thus allowing the other side to freely explore her condition. Make no mistake, she would never allow someone free-range exploration of her inner body, especially someone she's just met and no longer than a few minutes. However, a strong urging from deep within told Bai Ning to get closer to this young lady without any specific reasoning. "Mother," Bai Xiaofan blinks and turns to ask his parent, "Is something wrong with pretty granny's body?" Showing a complex expression, Bai Yan eventually spoke to explain her findings. "Her memories has been sealed, that's why she couldn't remember the past." "Sealed?" Visibly shaken by the news, Bai Ning furrowed her temple until the entire face had scrunched up. "My memory loss is not because of an injury, but a seal? Who could have done this to me? It looks like she is unaware of her own memories being sealed." Bai Yan thought, her eyes narrowing into a dangerous slit because she could already guess who did it. "Forgive me for asking, but do you know someone by the name of Ning Yuan? Brother Yuan, you know him?" Surprise apparent on her face, Bai Ning reveals a smile at the mention of the name. During the years when I lost my memory, it was Brother Yuan who kept me company. He's a good person and saved me from danger several times already, so I consider him someone as close as a brother. The only shame is Brother Yuan having unwanted ideas about me, otherwise I wouldn't have snubbed him and kept my distance lately. Bai Yan could see the sort of face her mother made at the mention of that scum. That's why she held back on saying more than it's required right now. Trying to poke at someone who's made such good memories in someone that has lost their past wouldn't be a wise choice. In fact, it could ruin her own chances of taking back her own mother before their relationship could even begin. Auntie Ning. Dun dun dun. A series of running steps unloaded between the stairs, followed closely by the appearance of a beautiful-looking young girl hovering on the petite size. Though that face was innocent and kind-looking on the surface, but the dirty light in those eyes couldn't be completely hidden when skimming over the kids in that moment. Auntie Ning, this lady is... Oh, her name is Bai Yan, Xiaofan's mother. Bai Ning didn't know why either, but she just didn't want to make the introduction, hence the faint frown on her face when speaking. Mother and daughter reunion, 6, Yenner, this is Ning Yuan's daughter. Bai Ning also introduces the petite girl after composing herself, but that's all, a simple introduction without any extra detail of someone happy to do so. Ning Yuan's daughter? Without bothering to hide the negative opinion of the girl upon remembering the scum's attempt at her own life, Bai Yan's face definitely fell on the negative side of the scale. Sister Bai Yan, Ning Yu naturally didn't miss the behavior but nevertheless kept to her smile. Heck, she even managed to hide her disgust of the other side entirely when speaking this time. Xiaofan is a very cute child. Although I like him a lot and can't bear to see him go, but you are his family, so it's only right he leaves with you. Humph. Throwing shots then was none other than Dragoni, who's been listening from one side. She's very unhappy and openly snorted. The girl clearly called us little beggars before and wanted to get rid of us. Talk about disgusting to change face that quickly. Oh, I forgot to tell you this, soft and light-spoken. Bai Ning's voice didn't hide the happiness in there when explaining. Yenner is going to be staying with us for the time being, so Xiaofan and Dragoni aren't leaving. One could literally see Ning Yu's face drop into an icicle white during that moment. It just couldn't be helped. The petite girl was actually quite happy inside when she realized the mother of these two brats were here, yet instead of getting rid of them both, there's going to be another one added? What's worse was the face of this supposed lady called Bai Yan. How could she be so similar in appearance? Suddenly, an idea flashed within Ning Yu's mind, causing her eyes to stare out in horror. It can't be. Is she? Is this lady Auntie Ning's daughter? The more she thought about the idea, the more Ning Yu felt it to be the case. However, the second she noticed the added attention of her Auntie Ning from the side, the petite girl immediately reverted back to her jolly-go-happy face. That's wonderful. Does that mean I will have a sister from now on? Auntie Ning, you can't forget about me just because Sister Bai Yan is around. After throwing that out there, the girl promptly hooked her arms around Bai Ning's in a playful manner, her face acting all innocent and cute. In her own defense, the performance definitely hit the mark there, which could be seen in the appeased face of her Auntie Ning's. Yenner, you must have worked really hard in order to find your way here to these kids. First take a rest at this inn. Don't worry, if your terrible husband comes around then I'll throw him out with the broom. Bai Yan's face visible went black in that second and turned to eye her boy for some answer. In response, Bai Xiaofan only stuck his tongue out in guilty conscience because he's obviously been caught red-handed. Bai Yan had wanted to address mother like she should but quickly remembered to stop herself. Changing her words, Auntie Ning, I will take Xiaofan and Dragoni to rest first. Despite her efforts to remain silent on the secret, Bai Ning's ear wasn't one to be fooled so easily. Freezing up with an amazed look, the woman in blue snatches on like someone catching a lifeline. What did you just call me? Hesitant in her voice, Auntie Ning? No, not that, the word earlier. Did you call me mother? Truly, This woman who lost her memories didn't know why she's acting this way either. She's just... Well, she just could hold herself back and began to weep. Ning Yuan and his daughter's scheme. 1. Pretty Granny, by Xiaofan draws a huge innocent smile. Then, my mother never met our grandmother when she was young, that's why she called that out after meeting you, she found you too similar in appearance and couldn't help it. Pretty Granny, why don't you become our grandmother for real? That would be wonderful if so. The little guy's big blue eye was bright and twinkling with stars, a huge contrast to that deep black eye which still gave off an eerie chill when met. Bai Ning's heart trembled at the explanation. Silently raising her head to meet Bai Yan's, the voice in her throat carried a trace of caution and nervousness, like what she's about to say would either ruin this meeting or bring it to a higher level. Yener, since we are so well fated, would you be willing to be my goddaughter? There's no question in the lady's mind that Ning Yu has been faithfully following herself for many years, but it doesn't the fact that the hollowness in her heart couldn't be filled by this child. Now this was where Bai Yan and her son came in. The moment she met them was when that hollowness faded away, replaced firmly by the yearning and desire of someone meeting another precious individual in their life. This feeling was indescribable and difficult to ignore. Auntie Ning. Ning Yu finally lost it, her nails deeply piercing into her own palm at the way the situation was heading for. Based on what? Based on what can this woman and her 2 kids steal my Auntie Ning? What right do they have to steal someone else's important person? Despite the outcry, Bai Ning continues to remain oblivious to the effects of her own words. It's crushing the petite girl inside. It's not like the lady was being cruel on this matter, she's just too fearful of being rejected right now by the one person whom she yearns for the most. Likewise, Bai Yan also felt that connection right now, making her all emotional as her hands pressed against her own chest. Is this what they call mother and daughter bond? Mother, soft and shaky, Bai Yan's one word stiffened the nervous grandmother and unsealed the dam of tears already swelling around the eyes. Good child, from this day forward you are my daughter. Don't worry, you're children and you will never be in danger anymore, I will protect you all. Looking at Bai Ning's elated face, Bai Yan didn't say anything more. She knows revealing any bad news regarding Ning Yuan would be foolish and crushing to her own biological mother at this moment. However, that doesn't mean the situation wouldn't change once she got a chance to tend to that seal inside her mother's head. Thank you, mother, but me and the kids are getting tired, so I'll take them to their rooms first. Oh yes, silly me, you must be tired after coming all this way to find them. Go ahead, their rooms are just upstairs. From beginning to end, Bai Ning's attention never once left her real daughter. That's why she didn't realize the vicious expression hovering around the petite girl's face when watching the family's figures disappearing up the stairs. How did this slut do it? How did she make Auntie Ning take her as a goddaughter this fast? I've spent years trying, how can she get ahead of me like this? She will pay for this. Biting her lip, Ning Yu vowed inwardly to get revenge for this transgression. Then without any indication, Bai Ning, who was walking ahead of the petite girl herself, turned, causing the last to frantically retract the vicious light in her eyes. Auntie Ning. Yener will be a sister to you from now on, I hope you can treat her like a real sister and not be like before. I won't repeat myself again on this matter after that disappointment, understood? Ning Yuan and his daughter's scheme. 2. Ning Yu clenched her fists on both sides and forced a smile. Don't worry, Auntie Ning, I promise you. Only then did Bai Ning return her attention back to the woman next to herself. Let's go, Yener. Bai Yan nodded of course, but right as she's about to continue up the stairs, she had caught a glimmer of the viciousness in the petite girl's eye. If it was under normal circumstances, she would never allow such a threat to remain nearby, but it's not. Ning Yuan, you will pay for what you did. Your daughter may not have done anything yet, but she's clearly the same type of person as you. Mother, I am hungry. After returning to their room and being left alone again, it was Dragoni who spoke first by rubbing her round belly and salivating on the mouth. Bai Xiaofan immediately shot a look at his sister. You ate so much already and you're still hungry? Especially her tummy, it's so big already. Dragoni immediately made a grievance face at the scolding. It's true her tummy was round and big, but it only takes a short moment for it to be all digested, so she's not lying. Against this picture from her daughter, Bai Yen could already guess what she's thinking. Knocking on the little head with her knuckle, didn't I tell you not to eat random things? If you continue to be like this, then you might get indigestion like the last time. Seriously, what is this girl thinking? Didn't she learn from the last time by eating all those humans? Now she wants to eat Ningyu? Oh. Hanging her head pitifully, Dragoni complies readily. I will listen to mother, I won't eat her. Gidge, big brother, already said so, mother is always first, so I must listen to her words unconditionally. Even if I'm hungry, I can't eat Ningyu. Not long after the small interaction inside their room, two familiar energy signatures had caught Bai Yan's attention while they were resting. It was Half Qing Sing and Dragon Flame who has returned from their mission. Feeling a heavy weight lift off her shoulder, the lady urgently wanted some news. How did it go? Did Yifeng suffer any injury? As soon as Chu Yifeng's name popped up was when the little steambun's eyes lit up. Hurrying to pull at his mother's arm for information, Mother, is Godfather here? Where is he? I miss him a lot. Slightly frowning at the reminder of a missing third, Bai Yen turns back to the two familiars. So where's Yifeng? Why isn't he with you too? And what happened to that Ning Yuan? Answering was Dragony Flame. The man you call Ning Yuan ran away once we arrived, and that Chu Yifeng left by himself, saying he has something to take care of. The wonderful news brought a wave of relief to the lady's heart. That's good then. If he's alright, then that's good. Unlike his mother though, Bai Xiaochen was rather disappointed on the face after hearing his godfather had left on his own. He's been missing the man a lot after they left the Holy Land back then, so it's another missed opportunity today. We didn't manage to kill that Ning Yuan guy. Dragony Flame begrudgingly throws out this comment on his own, his face angry and insulted. In this old goat's mind, there should only be a handful of people capable of escaping his grasp. Ning Yuan and his daughter's scheme. 3. It's then the snake also spoke up. You said so before, if we protect your son then you will grant us freedom, does that still count? Pricking her brow, Bai Yen forms an unreadable smile at the two. What I promised will of course be counted, but that time is not now. Half Qing Sing's expression changed dramatically. Are you cheating us? I said I will return freedom to you both, that's true. However, I also know that you will attack me right away if I do so, is that not right? She was only able to form a contract with these two ancient monsters due to her deception. If she does do as they wish at this moment, then they are sure to kill her on the spot considering their grudging nature. Bai Yen could still handle the snake thanks to her Godslayer sword, but Dragon Flame was another story. Whether it be the physical body or internal strength, the old goat was on a different level compared to herself. Upon hearing those words, Dragon Flame's complexion also dropped. He just knew this was how it's going to turn out. She never intended to return them their freedom. But you don't have to worry, I'll give you two your freedom sooner or later. It's a pity but I can't do it now and require both of you to stay by my side. Giving a shrug as she continues, besides, I only promised to give you two your freedom, I never said when or where. When the time is right then I will terminate the contract as I promised. Going silent for a long while, the old goat finally spoke again. All right, I will believe you this one last time. I hope you can really follow through with your promise and not play word games with us. Dragon Flame. The snake angrily cried out after hearing that. How can you still trust her? Did you forget how she deceived us in the underground world? I did not forget. Although this woman is very abominable in her ways, but I can still believe in her words. Since she said she will grant us freedom, then it's just a matter of time. Bai Yen pricks her brow at the surprising level of trust. You know me very well? I've told you before already, you're the one who locked me away down there. Why else would I hate you to such an extent? The old goat grinds his teeth in frustration and annoyance. Going black in the face, and I've also told you that it's not me, why do you keep mistaking me for the wrong person? Humph. Dragon Flame huffs a snort, don't deny it, denial is useless. I will never forget your energy signature. Seeing how insistent the old fellow was, Bai Yen could only give up and pucker her own lips in disagreement. Leaning against the chair in a lazy manner, all right, you two can go back to your rooms and rest, there's nothing happening right now so you two can do as you please. Dragon Flame left without any struggle, but half Qing Sing on the other hand was another matter. The snake practically stomped her entire way out the room like an angry child throwing a tantrum. Ning Yuan and his daughter's scheme, for, back over in the main lobby of this inn, Ning Yu the petite girl was still standing at the same spot like she's lost in thought due to the encounter. Just then, a hand suddenly came from the rear and dragged her away to a corner before she could scream. What are you trying to do? The girl snaps around after breaking free and was about to lash out when she saw who it was. Pa, what are you doing here? Don't talk, come with me first. Ning Yuan carefully scanned their surroundings and led the way to a secluded alleyway once he was sure no one was peeking. Immediately, beads of sweat came pouring out of the man's now pale face. Pa, you're hurt? Ning Yu whispers this with urgency, did those from the Celestial Palace do this? Ning Yuan didn't answer his daughter's question and instead grabbed onto her shoulder, his voice solemn, you asked me before about whether or not your Auntie Ning has a daughter or not? I can tell you now that she does, and that daughter is now knocking on our doors. Ning Yu's face froze up, her hands clenched into a tight ball over her father's words. The woman you're talking about, is she a pregnant woman with a very similar look to Auntie Ning's? Showing surprise on his pale face, how did you know that? Ning Yu draws a sneer around her mouth as she spoke, that's because the woman you mentioned is already by Auntie Ning's side right this instant. She's also been taken as a goddaughter by Auntie Ning. Pa, I worked for so many years trying to get that title, and now it's been stolen away by some bitch who came out of nowhere. In this petite girl's view, only she was qualified to be Bai Ning's daughter. One for the long years of loyalty and persistence, the other granted by the fact that she's been by the lady's side since she was but a baby. There's no way she would relent to a biological daughter that abandoned her Auntie Ning. That slut is only coming to find Auntie Ning because she saw how strong she has become. What a shameless bitch. I will not let her have her way. Flashing with an idea in his eyes, Ning Yuan immediately got the gist of the situation and followed up with a plan. Your belief is correct. I met that woman earlier and inadvertently revealed Ninger's strength to her, that's why she's trying so hard to get close to your Auntie Ning. It's because of Ninger's strength, they only want her because of that. Originally Ning Yu's comments and hateful thoughts were only speculations on her own part, there's no real evidence to back it up. However, this time it's different if her father was saying what she believed in as well. Immediately, a distorted look appeared on the petite girl's face. I just knew it. When I first laid eyes on her I just knew she wasn't a good person. I can't let this go. I must go tell Auntie Ning the truth. Wait. Seeing how his daughter's about to leave, Ning Yuan hurriedly caught the girl by the shoulder again. Frowning, Ninger doesn't know the woman is her own biological daughter yet. Daughter, you need to think this through. Do you believe your Auntie Ning will believe your words about a child harming their parents? Stopping in her feet now after that reminder, a frustrated and vicious light appeared on the girl's face as she stood there, awaiting the next words to come. You know it as well. Your Auntie Ning may have been abandoned by her family years ago, but she still longed for them to come retrieve her. If you tell her that evil woman is her biological daughter, what do you think she would do? The man continues to lead his daughter down a projected train of thought with his words. Ning Yuan and his daughter's scheme. 5. Ning Yu's face had turned stiff as she closed her own eyes to remember why she's doing this again. Then by the time she opened them again, the initial hesitation had dampened but still there once the image of Bai Ning's face came up. Pa, you are right, even if those people make a bigger mistake, Auntie Ning will still forgive them, otherwise why else would she continue to yearn for those wolves for all these years? I have to let Auntie Ning become disappointed in that woman. I will save her. Good child, full of gentle love in his voice, Ning Yuan's smile looked like he's doing something great and kind despite the cruel nature of what's trying to pull. I will need you to help me with something, okay? What's is it? Ning Yu asks with willingness in her voice. As long as it's to help take down Auntie Ning's daughter, then I'm willing to do anything. I have here a poison, you will go sneak this to that woman and get her to eat it. She will die for sure afterwards. Poison? Stunned for a second, Ning Yu silently stares down at the green beady little thing in her father's hand. Slightly panicking in her voice, Pa, what if Auntie Ning finds out about this? If she finds out, then she will hate me for sure. You know it as well, Pa, I never had a mother since I was born, I can't afford to have her hate me. She was indeed very willing to deal with the likes of Bai Yan and her brats, but that's only to the extent of shaming them with misunderstanding and misunderstanding. That way they would leave on their own and she herself not taking any risk. Now she's supposed to put her head on the line? Unsure and not knowing what to do, the girl tries to deflect the idea. Pa, I don't think this is the way to go. What if they find out? How about I lure her outside and you kill her instead? Now it was the scum's turn to go stiff in the face over the proposal. It's true in his opinion Bai Yan wasn't as strong as him in person, but there are too many capable talents around the lady. Take his injuries here for example, it was done in by that group. Now his daughter wants him to attack the woman instead? As if he had the guts. Making a couple of dry coughs to ready his excuse, daughter, you need not be afraid, there's no way your Auntie Ning would dislike you. No matter what you do, you will always be her favorite person. She's only momentarily tricked by those people. Once that woman dies, then she will naturally recover and return to us. In the end, under the constant pressuring of her father, Ning Yu nervously retrieves the green pill into her own hand. Pa, I understand, I will do as you say. Good child, a soft luster filled the man's face over the success. Don't worry, once that evil wolf of a daughter is dead, no one will ever try to fight you for Ninger's attention. Perhaps it's the fear of being caught, or the fear of actually killing someone for the first time, but it took a very long time before the petite girl could take the first step into the inn after leaving her old man in the alleyway. You are. From out of the blue, a faint feministic sound came down from the second floor, causing the already agitated Ning Yu to jerk upwards in fright due to being startled. Bai Ning was walking down the stairways when she saw this, and she immediately picked up on the odd behavior. What's the matter, you are? No, nothing. Tightly biting her own lips, the petite girl couldn't keep calm as sweat filled her forehead. I only got scared a little, it's nothing. Ning Yuan and his daughter's scheme, 6, that so? Bai Ning remained suspicious on the face but didn't dive deeper upon realizing the girl didn't want to give any more details. You are, although I couldn't take you to be my own daughter, but I've always looked to you as a niece. If you ever come across any trouble, do come tell me, you don't have to keep it to yourself and handle it alone. Shaking her head, Ning Yu spoke with a more relaxed pose after that. Don't worry, Auntie Ning, I am really fine. I'm relieved then if that's the case. Despite those words, Bai Ning's forehead remains a tight knot. She doesn't know why either, but the lady just got this strange feeling that the child whom she helped raise since young has changed in some ways. Watching the departing back of her Auntie Ning, the petite girl finally released the breath she had unknowingly been holding. Her back's been soaked due to all the pressure of almost being caught by this point, and her palm a bloody mess due to how hard she's been gripping the poisonous bead. In the end, Ning Yu only shot a final glance towards Bai Yan's room before she too returned to her own, and this time, she didn't keep the poison out in the open. Instead, she hid it well away so there's no chance for others to accidentally come across it. Tapping the table in her room after some more thought, Pa's plan is too dangerous and risky in the end. I can't do it. Although Auntie Ning pampers me, but I can tell she's extremely fond of that brat and will go a long way for him. If she ever finds out I tried to poison them, then she will never let me go. Even though the urge to remove that woman was still there, but Ningyu could say for certain to herself she doesn't have the guts to murder someone yet. Therefore, the only method for this girl was to use alternative methods. Bai Yan, Auntie Ning is mine, and if you dare rob her from me then I won't spare you. Punching the table, the girl's aura was all cold and sinister as she walked out the door and disappeared from the inn. Next day. The morning light was just right at this timing, allowing the beams of brightness to shine through the window and onto Bai Yan's beautiful face. Faintly opening her eyes over the glimmer, she eventually noticed the two cuddly kittens snuggling against her arm. Pleased by this warm picture, she pulls them closer for further snuggles to only disturb the boy who's still asleep. Mother, awakened by the movement, Bai Xiaofan mutters this as he rubbed his dozy eyes. Me and Dragoni wanted to snuggle with you so we came on our own, you wouldn't be mad right? Did we end up squeezing the baby in your belly? If she's hurt then I'm going to be distressed. Aching over how sensible the boy was, Bai Yan throws a smile of reassurance over to stop his wild thoughts. Silly, why would you think your little sister is that fragile? Don't worry, she's sleeping with her brother and sister is a good thing, I'm sure she is very happy. Really? Twinkling with bright stars in his little eyes, does that mean little sister likes me? Yes, of course she does, she likes both of you. Bai Yan's voice right now was bordering on the line of a lullaby, making the boy all the more happy and trustful. Mother, I also like my little sister, but in my eye you are still the most important. Mother will always be first. Snuggling his head closer to the woman's chest, he didn't hide the lovely smile he had when pushing against those wonderful jugs. Ningyu's plan, 1, by now Dragoni had always been awakened by their conversation. Blinking her big innocent eyes, Mother, I also want to take care of our little sister with Gidge. Okay, when your sister is born, you two will be in charge of her care. How lucky am I to have such a wonderful and well-behaved son, along with this sweet and lovely adopted daughter. These two children, sometimes they really make my heart ache due to how sensible they are. Suddenly, loud ruckus caught the lady's attention from the outside. Originally she didn't want to get involved, but that sound only grew bigger and bigger, which made her face furrow up. Mother, Bai Xiaofan clings onto his mother's hand and stared at the doors. What's going on out there? Wait here for me with your sister, I'll be right back after I go see. After giving this instruction, she then went ahead to get up from bed and head outside. Main lobby of the inn. By the time Bai Yan made it downstairs, the ruckus had mostly drawn a crowd to the scene and that's what she walked into. There's a middle-aged madam currently shouting her lungs out at Bai Ning who couldn't make a peep in return, only standing there flushed and embarrassed. Mother, what's going on here? But before an answer could come out to answer the question, the dirty-looking madam suddenly rushed over, trying to grab hold of Bai Yan's arm. Scram! A loud roar exploded out of her throat, sending the stranger several meters away and falling to the ground. This powerful reaction absolutely stunned the dirty-looking madam, leaving her choked for words and looking over to Ningyu for instructions. Honestly, the madam never expected her target to be so grumpy and temperamental, that's not what she was told. Nevertheless, money was money, since she's taken the money then it's only right she continued to act. After a quick struggle to get up, she angrily points her finger at Bai Yan's face like she's suffering some great grievance. Of course, the stranger made sure to keep some distance from Bai Yan. That fall didn't just make a scratch, it left quite a bruise on her but also. You little thing, did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you took a cosmetic Dan pill? Don't forget, that pill was given to you by me. Cosmetic Dan pill? A bit taken aback by that accusation, Bai Yan had to take a good second to take that in. Huh? When did I change my face? You are. Originally she wanted to ask if the madam's mistaken her for someone else, but before a word could come out of her tongue, the madam began to shoot out slurs and curses after curses. You stinking girl, I am your mother, you won't even recognize your own mother now? Like a thunderbolt, Bai Yan's face became dumbfounded. She just couldn't believe what she's hearing. When did I have a mother? And, narrowing her eyes into a slit, Bai Yan didn't miss the constant exchange of signals between the madam and Ningyu. That's when she got it. Raising a smirk, "You say you are my mother, what evidence do you have?" The middle-aged madam stared angrily at being called a liar. "Your face, it's just like hers, that's the greatest evidence. You two have no blood relationship, so why do you look so similar to her then? Obviously it's because you took a cosmetic Dan pill to change your face." Even more people had gathered into the crowd by this point, therefore when they heard this claim, all eyes were locked onto Bai Yan with contempt in their Ningyu's plan, too, in their eyes. A person who doesn't even recognize their own mother was as bad as it comes for a scumbag. Finding support from the masses, the middle-aged madam that looked both dirty and haggard became more full of herself. Puffing up her chest, "Those like you who only recognize a godmother and forget their own real mother is going to face retribution if you don't change your ways." After throwing that out there, the stranger then turns to glare at Bai Ning. "And you, are you blind or what? Do you think just because she's similar to you in appearance that it's fate? Only a fool would think such a thing is coincidental." Bai Ning's eyes gradually turned cold after that outburst. "And you think it's not?" "Of course not. A while back I inadvertently came across a cosmetic Dan pill. It can allow the user to change their face according to what they imagine upon us." Huffing deeply like she's exasperated by the memory, the madam borderline growled at Bai Yan's face. "Then this girl. She somehow got wind of you and the forces under your control. She wanted to become your daughter, that's why she stole the pill from underneath my eye. The purpose is to take control of your powers." Bai Ning didn't reply to that, nor did Bai Yan in this case. It's just that. While Bai Yan herself didn't speak to defend herself, those hands had involuntarily clenched into a tight ball with sweat covering it. She could honestly say she's never been afraid in this lifetime, even during her time alone. However, this time she's obviously feeling panic inside. For one thing, the lady herself had plenty of methods to prove herself innocent, but that's not the issue here. What if her real mother Bai Ning doesn't believe her? What would Bai Yan do then? It's torture, plain and simple, pure torture. Fully understanding it's her time to shine, Ningyu steps forward like an indignant daughter trying to protect her own mother. "Don't say that about my Auntie Ning. She's a kind-hearted woman who has a big heart and would believe anyone if they are true to her. She has nothing to do with this matter. If you say another sentence about my Auntie Ning then I won't let you go." The middle-aged madam obviously got the signal and knew it's time to move on to the second phase of their plan. Softening up in her voice towards Bai Ning, "You really are a foolish one. You got such a nice girl here and you don't cherish, instead you turn your kindness towards a wolf who would abandon their own mother. I ask you, what sort of sincerity could such a person have towards you?" The onlookers also seemed to feel the same way after hearing that logic. Immediately, nods were shared among the crowd. That's right, a person who would change their own face just to recognize an adopted mother and ignore their real one couldn't be a good individual. This girl really can't be judged by her face. Oh wait, that's not her real one. I know, right? I think the smaller girl over there is quite nice. She knows how to protect their loved ones. A daughter should be like that. Taking this chance, Ningyu dropped her face downwards in a dejected manner, similar to an innocent someone suffering due to the circumstances. It's only right for a daughter to be their mother's intimate little cotton wool. Even if Auntie Ning won't consider me her biological daughter, I have long taken her as mine. I never had a mother since I was young, so my feelings towards her are pure, unlike others who came with ulterior motives. After saying that, Ningyu's eyes had turned red when glaring at Bai Yan, the anger and hatred unconcealed and upfront. Ningyu's plan, 3, Bai Yan's gaze met with Bai Ning's then. In that moment, she could feel her heart sinking due to the darkening expression in her mother's face. She doesn't believe me? Growing bittersweet on the face over the thought. Perhaps, me not telling her about Ning Yuan is the right choice. After all, compared to them who has stayed with her all these years, I am still just a stranger. Suddenly, a hand gentle lands onto Bai Yan's shoulder, causing her to stiffen up and look up. Ning Yu's touch of had anger disappeared following that gesture, replaced only by the look of dismay and surprise over her Auntie Ning's behavior. You think I favor this girl just because of her face being similar to me? Bai Ning spoke mildly, like the whole thing didn't affect her in the least. That's not true. I like her because she gives me a very comfortable feeling, like someone I know in the past, and not because of her face. Ning Yu's heart trembled at that. Pursing her lip until blood's almost seeping out, but Auntie Ning, her biological mother, is already knocking at the door. I'm only saying that because I'm afraid of you being deceived by her. Biological mother? Bai Ning said it with such sarcasm that it's vicious sounding. Turning to the madam in question, you say you are her real mother, where's your evidence? Do you have some sort of method to prove your blood relationship with my goddaughter? How about we test the matter by mixing your bloods and see? Humph, I'm not going to believe some random stranger's claim just because they say so. Towards the seething glare of the woman's eye, the impersonating madam instinctively cowered and fell into a panic. She was only instructed to act out the role and never given any proof to make the case. What's more, testing the issue by mixing their blood would be a dead giveaway. Gritting the teeth, the madam knew she had to get unreasonable to get through this. Mixing our blood can't prove anything. That pill doesn't just change the appearance, it also changes her body's makeup. Also, I have no enmity with her. Why would I frame her? What benefit do I gain? The logic brought on another wave of agreeing nods from the crowd. Though it's not a common occurrence to change one's body makeup with a medicinal ingredient, but there has been recorded cases in the past history books. Therefore, the liability of proof now falls back onto Bai Yan's lap. Despite this fact, Bai Ning didn't budge and reached down with her hands to hold onto her nervous daughter's hand. The act brought warmth to Bai Yan's heart, and she never felt so protected before. Genuinely smiling, Bai Yan now has the courage to step up. Mother, I can handle this matter myself, thank you for believing in me. I will be sure to give you satisfactory answer. For her own sake, and her mother here, this lady who has never known to be the receiver of motherly love has finally awakened to the bond. You said I'm conniving after my mother's power? The middle-aged madam swiftly nodded. That's right, you are after her strength. Oh, in that case, why don't you tell me the so-called powers behind her? I'm curious and want to know. Crossing her arms, her stance was casual and strong. The demand forced the madam back again. Going slightly white in the face, the impostor had to thank Ning Yu for conceiving this scenario ahead of time. This woman is able to call upon a demonic beast wielding strength superior to that of a high divine. That's why you are trying so hard to get close to her. You want to control that creature. Ning Yu's plan for enlightenment seems to dawn on Bai Yan's face after that verbal exchange. Gleaming with light in her eyes, everything simply clicked into place. No wonder Ning Yuan and his daughter would try to drive me away so much. Perhaps that man does like my mother from the hearts down, but this girl Ning Yu though, why is she so obsessed with someone that's not her real biological mother? It just doesn't make sense, especially to this extent where she would resist anyone getting close. Perhaps it's due to that demonic beasts. Sure enough, Ning Yu's heart fell into a fluster over the look she's receiving from Bai Yan. Did this slut discover something? No. She can't. Even Pa doesn't know about my secret. How did this slut see through to my thoughts? So that's why. Mother, where's that demonic beast of yours? Bai Yan asks her mother with a smiling face. Blinking her eyes at the question, he's currently injured right now and is resting in his lair. Yenner, do you want to meet him? If you do, then I can take you to him. Ning Yu's fist once again clenched up with her chest tightening from suffocation. It couldn't be helped. She's infuriated at the moment due to what Bai Ning said there. In the past, she has repeatedly asked to go meet that demonic beast and was refused time and time again due to the eccentric nature of that creature. But there's no way this petite girl would take that lying down considering her character, of course. That's why she secretly snuck along during one of Bai Ning's outing and learned of an amazing secret. Due to the lady's refusal to accept servitude from the creature because of how much she cherishes him from saving her life, the demonic beast nevertheless insisted on returning the debt and promised to become the familiar of Bai Ning's daughter. Of course, the emotional attachment Ning Yu had for her Auntie Ning was very real too, but compounding that emotion with the benefits of controlling an incredibly powerful creature was a huge boon. That's more than enough reason for the petite girl to become possessive and territorial. And this secret desire, well, let's say the girl herself never divulged it to anyone, including her old man Ning Yuan. Okay, I will go back with you and meet that demonic beast. I can see where he's hurt and perhaps help with his injury. Bai Yan then returns her attention to the middle-aged madam with a sneer, but first I need to deal with this matter here. What are you planning to do? The madam stumbles back a few steps again. You claim to be my mother, so you should know me very well, right? Shuddering inside, the madam stutters her response over the worsening situation. How would I know? You even know about my mother's demonic beast, what wouldn't you know? Let me take a guess on what your next words are. The 2 guards I brought along, they're also given to me by you, correct? After all, my ability is so poor, so it's normal to expect that. Am I right again? The madam gulped, shaking in her reply now. Well, of course. They got turned by you because you sold your body to the old one and deceived the maid I gave to you. Ning Yu's plan. 5. The part about Bai Yan having these 2 escorts have already been divulged to the madam through Ning Yu's mouth, hence her smooth retort just now. However, that was the trap itself, and this middle-aged woman fell directly into it. Breaking out into a chuckle, Bai Yan lays it out. This auntie, I only want to know one thing. How can you make my people submit to you considering your strength? Answer that. Nervous in her voice over how confident the other side was, the madam carefully made her stance. It's just 2 escorting guards, why can't I make them submit? I can still afford to pay them even in my state. Smirking in response, Bai Yan knew it's time she stopped messing around. Dragony Flame, Half Ching Sing, why don't you 2 come out now? Swoosh. After the lady said that, a massive outflux of wind blew downwards from the 2nd floor due to the powerful force coming off of the 2 monsters. By the time everyone looked up, Bai Yan's so-called escorts had already jumped over the rails from the upper venue and onto the main lobby, their gaze dark and menacing towards the madam. For one thing, the pair wouldn't have cared much if the problem revolved only around their supposed mistress. After all, they only became Bai Yan's familiar due to being tricked. However, what the madam there shouldn't have said was that last bit about controlling them. Nothing but a dirty-looking middle-aged woman at the middle divine level, that's a far cry from their own strength in reality. It's insulting to be degraded by someone so inferior. Against the oppressive aura coming off of the 2 new entries, the madam reacted just like expected and faltered backwards. Didn't Ning Yu say these 2 are only weak servants that can't pose a threat? Why are they so scary? Bai Ning was the first to speak out after recognizing how strong the old goat and snake was. The lady's strength may be at the bottom divine level, but this elder here is already at the peak level of the high divine stage. Incredible. Boom. Without surprise, the explanation sent a shockwave among the onlookers, who quickly flew into an explosive gasp of awe and shock. High divine. She actually has a high divine individual acting as her escort. Doesn't that testify to the incredible background of this young lady? In that case, why should she need to use such means to acquire the help of a demonic beast that might or might not compare in strength? More importantly, how can this madam here subdue someone so much stronger than herself? That's just ridiculous. Unbeknownst to everyone else, Bai Ning had kept one key factor inside without saying it aloud, and that was these 2 are both demonic beasts. In the celestial realm, it's a well-known fact that any demons or demonic beasts are firmly suppressed, especially the stronger ones. If those in power become aware of these monsters, hordes of greedy individuals would surely come and try to steal them away and use them as their own familiars instead. And if not, well, naturally the 2 would be destroyed in the end. Neither ending was something Bai Ning wished upon her goddaughter here. Now the ball was thrown way back to the dirty-looking madam, which made the woman promptly turn to seek help from her employer. Unfortunately for this impostor though, Ningyu was done with her at this point and threw a punch into her stomach before the madam could utter a word. "How dare you frame my sister Bai Yen? You nearly made me misunderstand her. You truly deserve to be punished for this." The petite girl's face appeared seething with anger, which quickly evolved into a look of murderous intent. Understanding what's about to happen, the madam flinched and stared in horror. She knows Ningyu intends to kill her at this point and silence the issue since things has come this far. Ningyu's plan. 6. In a moment of desperation, the bleakly white-faced madam actually lunged into a crawl for Bai Ning's leg when she realized what's going to happen to herself. However, before she could even make it a few knees forward, Ningyu had come down again with another punch and sent her body flying. Blood now kept pouring out of her mouth as horror gripped the madam's face. "Now you're trying to harm my Auntie Ning?" Ningyu grabbed onto her accomplice's collar and snapped out, "If you try anything then I will not let your entire family go." There's a reason she emphasized the family word because the madam immediately flew into a bigger panic and understood the underlying threat inside that sentence. "If I dare reveal she's the one who instructed me to do all this then my entire family will suffer, and my son who's in her hand will also die. Miss, please spare me, I know I am wrong, I mistook you for someone else." The madam hurriedly changed her tune and squeezed this out towards Bai Yen. Bai Yen naturally didn't believe a single word there. Squinting her eyes, she shifts her attention from the woman who's obviously being blackmailed in some way to the petite girl instead. Smirking as she spoke, "Mistook me for another person? You even knew about my mother's demonic beast, so how do you explain that?" Ningyu's face went pale in that instant, knowing the sentence was meant for herself. "I just knew this woman wouldn't be so easily blindsided. I should have listened to Pa and done what he asked to poison this slut. Now Auntie Ning will distrust me even if I wiggle out of this mess." Sure enough, Bai Ning's brow began to furrow up after listening to Bai Yan's logic because there's only a couple of people who even knew of that demonic beast under her care. Specifically, the main two suspects are Ning Yuan and his daughter Ningyu. Aside from those two, she couldn't really think of anyone else. Suddenly, a dreaded idea popped into the woman's head, causing Bai Ning to tremble in disbelief and fear of the truth. It's not like this lady was a soft-hearted woman, rather Ningyu's a child she personally oversaw her growth. To find out that the young baby has grown up to be an evil villain at heart, why wouldn't she be hurt and traumatized? "No, you are wrong," the madam shakes her head and continues to force her own story, "Everything I did was on purpose." In that moment, a flash of determination filled the impostor's eye like she's come to terms with her own fate. "You believe no one knows about your demonic beast? You're wrong, I've long known about it. The reason I want this woman to leave is because I wanted my daughter to take her place, I knew that's the only way to trick you." Despite the self-righteous expression on the madam's face, her true feelings were quite different. It's fear and panic, sprinkled in with a bit of hatred now towards everyone here. Like a cornered rat, when there's no room for escape then a prey would also grow fangs, that's the reasoning for the hatred. But a mother would always be a mother. When her baby boy's life was in the hands of a vile girl like Ningyu, the madam could only suppress the urge to fight and bear the crime. Bai Ning didn't respond to that, only staying silent for a long while before turning to her so-called niece. "Seeking one's own death, does this matter have something to do with you?" Bai Ning's voice sounded heavy, which rattled the girl greatly. "Why would you ask that, Auntie Ning? What does this have to do with me?" "Alright, I only hope that's the case. If I find out you are behind this incident then I won't let you off even if I'm the one who watched you grow." Due to the warning tone used there, Ningyu's jealousy only grew in kind. "Auntie Ning would never do such a thing. I only hope that's the case." Bai Ning gives a nod then gradually shifting her attention back to the madam. "So you are not afraid of death?" "Not afraid of death? Of course not. How's that possible? In fact, the dirty-looking madam has long been shaking in the legs due to fear. She wished she could confess the truth but couldn't. Gritting those teeth, so what if I'm afraid? Will you not kill me if I say yes? Tell me who's directing you, then I will spare your life, otherwise. Mixed in her usual voice now was a chilling note, indicating Bai Ning meant exactly what she said there about the consequences. Going white in the face over that threat, then you might as well just kill me. The madam wasn't some heartless, ruthless killer like Ning Yu and her father. Compared to dragging her own family and son into this mess further, the woman would rather die alone in this case and spare her own loved ones. If you're not afraid of death, then how about not being to die despite wanting to die? Bai Ning continues to lead the conversation down a path she knew would strike fear. Not being able to die despite wanting to die. The middle-aged madam widens her eyes in shock. What do you mean by that? The meaning is very simple. Since you don't want to give out the mastermind, then why don't I let you experience what it means to be pierced by 1,000 knives? Staring down at her prey with a devilish smirk, Bai Ning's aura was bone-chilling, a testimony to her true character when confronting an enemy. Unable to die. Pain of 1,000 knives? This woman can be that cruel? Auntie Ning. Ning Yu quivered and cuts in. She's afraid of the dirty-looking madam spilling the beans due to fear at this moment. Isn't that too cruel? Although she did frame Sister Bai Yan, but I believe having her pay with her life is enough. Being unable to die but can't is much too cruel of a fate for the crime she committed. Unmoved on the face, Bai Ning turns to face the girl, which sent shudders down Ning Yu's heart and made her stop. That's not a face Ning Yu has ever seen, and it's left her speechless. Are you sure you want to sacrifice yourself for that mastermind? Bai Ning asks again after shutting the annoyance down. The repeated asking did make the madam waver somewhat, but at the thought of her own son for the second time already, the madam knew she couldn't. All of this is done and orchestrated by me and me alone, there's no other people involved. Getting nowhere with her interrogation techniques, Bai Ning was about to get serious and draw her blade when Bai Yan stopped her with a raised hand. Yenner, what's the matter? She asks with a puzzled look. Mother, I said I'll take care of this, you just need to wait for me. I will make her talk. Seeking one's own death, too, in Bai Yan's view, she only needs her mother Bai Ning's recognition and belief. As for everyone else's here, it doesn't matter to her. In this life, she never wants to experience the taste of losing a loved one again. Okay. Bai Ning draws a faint smile and retreated to the back, allowing her daughter to take the lead in this matter. Just now you said everything you did is for the sake of your own daughter, correct? Bai Yan asks with an unreadable face. Unsure of what's going to transpire, the madam nevertheless steeled herself and answered, yes. Very well, why don't you ask your daughter to come out then? I would love to see how amazing that cosmetic Dan pill is, since you keep bragging about its effect. The madam knew this lady was hard to deal with already, but she didn't expect Bai Yan to be this difficult. Where was she supposed to find a daughter to prove the case? My daughter left home for a while already, she's no longer with me, nor can I get in touch with her on such short notice. Oh. Acting like she's enlightened to the fact, a damning light flickered within Bai Yan's eye. In that case, I have here poisonous pill you can take. It will cause all those with a blood relationship to you be affected as well once consumed, meaning she and you will both be poisoned. Trembling in horror, the madam falters backward to get away from that object. What did you just say? The poison will affect anyone who's related to me by blood if I take that? By this point Bai Yan has had to hand it to Ningyu in finding someone so resilient. The madam's obviously panicking and afraid, yet she's still able to make her words clear and not have a mental breakdown. You also said it yourself, you wanted your daughter to take on the appearance of my mother. As someone that's naturally blind, what if I mistakenly take your daughter as my mother someday? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? So, in order to remove that problematic issue, it's best to have your daughter die with you instead. Shrugging like it's nothing serious, Bai Yan puts on a nonchalant face and left the other side stiff as a rock. Blind? Recognize the wrong person? You might as well say you're going after my non-existent daughter instead. Why make such excuses? White in the face, does such poison really exist? Why don't you give it a try and see for yourself? Taking a step forward, Bai Yan pushes a black-looking pill forward. Frantically getting up from the floor after finding how nauseating the smell was from the bead, the madam cries out, "No, I don't want to take that poison, I don't want to harm my son. I'll speak, I'll tell you everything. Please don't harm my son." Ningyu was already dumbfounded due to Bai Yan's explanation, now she's also flying into a panic over the madam's confession. "It's only a poison, everything would be finished if you just eat it. A person like you deserves to die." After saying this, Ningyu attempts to snatch away the poison so that she could force it down the madam's throat. However, Bai Yan already expected that and retreated in kind so the item remains out of reach. "You bitch, framing my sister Bai Yan is the worse. I'm going to kill you." Bang! Her palm strike carried the rage she felt inwardly, so it was incredibly violent once it landed onto the madam's chest. "Ningyu, stop!" Bai Ning snaps out, outraged at the girl's intent to kill. Unfortunately, the order was futile because Ningyu swung out anyways and with an evil smirk as well. Seeking one's own death. 3. Yet just as she's about to make the killing blow, an old figure promptly got in between her and the madam. Bang! Following that loud impacting noise, Dragon Flame lands a heavy blow onto Ningyu's chest, sending her flying out several feet away until she slams into a wall. PFFFF. Twisted in the face, the girl kept puking blood as a result while staring death glares at her target still. Understanding this was her chance, the madam cries out, "It is she. She is the one who asked me to impersonate your mother. She wanted to drive you away from this woman. I only promised to do this because she offered me a lot of valuable things, but please spare my son, he is innocent." Badump. Taking to her knees, the middle-aged madam didn't try to twist the story anymore and spilled everything. "Why didn't you expose her just now?" Happily placing the bead away, Bai Yan no longer needed it. A flash of panic appeared in the madam's eye then, her father is still out there. If anything happens to the girl, her father will murder my entire family. I don't want my son to die, that's why I didn't out her earlier. Please forgive me, I never did anything that's truly damning here, right? Bai Yan couldn't hold back her scoffing sneer then because that's far from the truth. Didn't do much? If my mother didn't trust me so much, wouldn't that mean I'm screwed instead? Collapsing to the ground with strength leaving her body, the madam truly regrets it right now. Please, at least let me son go, I only ask you not hurt my family. Fine, I won't hurt them, but I will make them lose their memories of you. Afterwards, they will never remember you again. Despite the pain hovering in the madam's eye, she knew this was the greatest mercy she's going to get in this case. Yenner, that poisonous pill in your possession really is that effective? Bai Ning comes in and asks, her eyes staring constantly at the spot where it's being stored. If I feed that to my enemy's son, will my enemy also be poisoned? Gawking in the face, mother, I only tricked her just now, how can there be such a poison in this world? Bai Ning just stood there stunned, just like the madam who's dumbfounded on the floor. However, both women paled in comparison to the shock exploding out of Ningyu's eyes, who kept staring straight towards the lady who deceived everyone. What did she just say? She was lying earlier? Scratching her nose at the added attention, Bai Yan felt embarrassed for some reason. Mother, you didn't really believe me just now, right? Bai Ning literally twitched in the corner of her mouth because she didn't know to respond to her daughter. Seriously, who would have thought that such an honest-looking lady would be able to lie so thoroughly? You were lying to me? The madam stutters this out, her finger pointing and shaking from disbelief. I actually exposed Ningyu because of a lie. Grinning mischievously, if I didn't do that, would you have revealed the mastermind? This is called tactics, you understand? If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being so gullible. Sure enough, Bai Yan's statement left the madam more despairing than ever. Ningyu too, the girls also unable to process all of the information and just stared at Bai Yan's face. Then once Bai Ning turned to look at her, the petite girl finally came back to her senses and pounced at the lady's leg. Seeking one's own death, for, Auntie Ning, this is not me, really not me, this person is framing me, you have to believe me. Bai Ning frowned at that. How do you want me to believe you? Aside from you who knows about the powers in my hand, there's only your father as the other. Are you implying he's the one who betrayed me? Auntie Ning, letting her hand go, Ningyu slowly looks up and was met with that cold hard face. There's no longer any kindness in those eyes that she has come to know. Ningyu, you really let me down this time. How did I educate you? I wanted you to be a frank person and this is the sort of behavior you use to repay me? Replacing that anger in the woman's face now was disappointment. Although she had long known that Ningyu might not be what she presumes to be on the outside, nevertheless, Bai Ning still regarded this petite girl as some sort of child in her own eyes. Throwing tantrums and personalities around due to puberty was expected. However, this was far beyond what she imagined. Making a smile like the soul has left her body, Ningyu slowly rose from the ground, pain and despair showing all over her existence. Yes, you raised and educated me to be a frank person since young, but what have you done in retrospect? Over the years, I've treated and looked towards you as my real mother, but you always treated me as someone else, a replacement. I'm a substitute for your daughter, that's what you were using me for. Do you know how much it hurts me inside because of that? Tears filled those saddened eyes as the pained fluid covered the girl's face. Imagine being second fiddle to a daughter that never once showed herself, that's mentally damaging for any child. In this case, the petite girl may be vicious and cruel as well in nature, but she does have a point in not wanting to share her motherly figure. This was especially true when it came to Bai Yan and her children. It's far beyond the level of love she herself got and that made Ningyu go crazy. That's why you did it? Bai Ning asks with a long sigh. Shaking her head in a bittersweet manner, Auntie Ning, I am so good to you, and my father only has you in his heart, why do you hide so many things from us? Like that demonic beast, he once said he will return the debt by becoming your daughter's familiar after your rejection, is that why you refuse to take me as your daughter? You want to reserve that creature for your real daughter? Dropping her mouth into an oval shape, Bai Ning couldn't believe what she was hearing. Half a minute later, she issues a helpless sigh and said, I did not accept you as my daughter because I subconsciously know I have a daughter. Since I already have a daughter of my own, how can I take someone else's child? As for the matter with my demonic beast, you're overthinking it. I never intended to have him pledge loyalty to anyone. Clenching her fist until it's shaking, Ningyu uses her bloodshot eyes to stare dead into the woman's eye. Okay, ignoring the demonic beast, why can't you take me as your daughter? I kept you company for all these years, I should have every right to that title than someone who abandoned you. Which part of me you don't like? I promise I will change. Abandoned you? This sentence left Bai Yan sharpening in the eye as she glared over to the petite girl. You never seen her family before, so how do you know she was abandoned by them? In my opinion, the only reason they haven't found mother is because someone is interfering with malice thoughts and prevented her memories from returning. Seeking one's own death. 5. You're talking nonsense. Ningyu snaps back at Bai Yan with her vicious glare. In the lassa's view, it's all because of this woman with that similar face that all of this happened. It's all her fault. Auntie Ning's relatives doesn't deserve to call themselves her family. They abandoned her, and now they want her back because they found out about her powers? What kind of logic is that in this world? Scoffing a sarcastic sneer, Ningyu's eyes had transformed from jealousy to pure hatred. And how do you know her loved ones abandoned her? Bai Yan retorts. Of course I know. Ningyu clenched her hands until blood could be seen around the palm. If it wasn't for her loved ones abandoning her, then how could Auntie Ning still be alone after all these years? She may have lost her memories, but they didn't. There's no reason for them to not even bother searching. But what I didn't think possible is our importance in Auntie Ning's eye. We've kept her company for so many years, through thick and thin, yet we still couldn't hold a candle to those heartless wolves that never gave her any warmth. Normally such words would be moving to the audience, but in this case, Bai Yan already knew the truth and couldn't resist holding back a snicker. Regardless, that mockery immediately earned her a cold hard glare from the petite girl. And, I also know her heartless daughter only came back because of her change in strength. Ha ha ha, if I were Auntie Ning, would never recognize such a daughter again. Ning Yu's appearance and laugh bordered on the edge of madness. Auntie Ning, me and my pa are so good to you, why do you treat us like this? Is it because I'm not your biological daughter? Is that why? You know my pa only got together with my birth mother because she used underhanded methods to trick him, he only loves you. In Ning Yu's view, her birth mother doesn't deserve to be her mother because of the woman's lowly status. A maid, and a dead one at that, there's no way a girl like her would accept such a origin. That's why she's pushing all her ideas onto Bai Ning, it's also to wash away the lowly status from her mother's blood. Frowning, Bai Ning eventually issues a long sigh again towards the crazed madness in the girl. I've been wrong from the very beginning. I shouldn't have given you too much love, and now that has caused your personality to become this twisted mess. I'm sorry. Towards Ningyu, Bai Ning could say for sure she's completely disappointed and lost all hope in saving her. That means the lady won't interfere regardless of what Bai Yan intends to do with the lass. No, that's not true. In a panic, Ningyu grasps onto the woman's sleeve, you're not wrong. If anyone is at fault, it's those so-called relatives of yours. They're all a bunch of wolves, yes, wolves. Bang! In the very next moment she blurted that out, a small little figure had rushed down from the second-floor balcony and punched the girl in the chest before anyone could react. Stumbling backwards as a small trickle of blood seeped through from the corner of her mouth, Ningyu glares hatefully at the small little steambun responsible for the injury. Seeking one's own death, 6, you bad woman, don't bully my mother and grandmother, if you dare continue then I'm going to have Dragony eat you. In saying this, the little steambun allowed his ferocious side to come through. What did he just say? Did he just call me grandmother instead of pretty granny? Bai Ning had fallen into a daze upon hearing that outburst, her eyes in dismay over the angry appearance of the boy. What did you say? Ningyu hatefully reached out with both hands in a vain attempt to tear apart the cute little guy. However, before she could even draw close though, Dragon Flame's figure had already jumped in between her and the kid. Sensing the incredible and menacing aura coming off of this old fella, Ningyu instinctively cowered backwards in a panic. She knows full well trying to do anything in front of this opponent was a futile effort, so she could do nothing but glare at the boy and his mother in question. Ignoring the raging hate coming her way, Bai Yan acts like she didn't notice at all and ruffled her boy's hair as she spoke. Xiaofan, didn't I tell you to wait for me in the room, why did you come out? Losing that murderous look from his face over that kind voice, Bai Xiaofan immediately dons a wrong child appearance as he hung his head low. I'm sorry mother, I had wanted to endure the insults coming out of that bad woman's mouth, but I lost it when she started to call you a heartless wolf. She's clearly the heartless wolf here. Bai Ning's head exploded, leaving her brain a blank slate. Xiaofan claims Ningyu called Yener a heartless wolf? But she was clearly calling my daughter that, how does it relate to Bai Yan? The lady was in no way a dumb person, she's perfectly capable of connecting the dots after being given all the hints. It's just that. Well, when one has been disappointed for so many years, it's normal for them to be fearful of making a misunderstanding and being hurt again. On the contrary, those words were causing waves in the petite girl's mind as sweat poured out and resentment hovered in those eyes. It's just like Pa says, this slut is Auntie Ning's biological daughter. How dare she come now? It has always been me and Pa accompanying her. How dare this heartless wolf come steal the fruits of our labor? Mother, turning to the side to make eye contact, Bai Yan wants to make sure there's no consequences for what she's about to do. Will you be distressed if I move against her? Startled at first over that question, Bai Ning took a good moment to think on the matter before responding. This is what she brought on herself, I won't complain to anyone if you do. She has already given her a chance, it's Ning Yu who didn't cherish the opportunity and instead did something irreparable. Auntie Ning. Ning Yu felt truly scared now. In her panic, she ran to kneel before the lady. Please, I know I'm wrong, please forgive me this one time out of consideration for all the years we've been together. Shaking her head despite all the tears and cries for mercy, I have warned you, but you didn't listen. In that case, why should I continue to forgive you? Call her heartless or cruel, she doesn't care, she simply doesn't want any harm to come to Bai Yan, that's all. Even if the perpetrator was someone like Ning Yu, Bai Ning won't intervene. Casting the bait, 1, Ning Yu's face froze as she stared at the woman whom she considered her own mother. There's grief, and there's pain, but most of all, she felt betrayed. I only made a small mistake, why would Auntie Ning be unwilling to forgive me? Is it because of this woman? Ning Yu's attention then shifts to Bai Yan's face, jealous fire burning in those eyes like she's going to engulf the target in flame. Biting her lips, I know Auntie Ning is unwilling to forgive me because of you, she can't face you otherwise. But know this, it is I and my pa who accompanied her for all these years, not her family or relatives. Bai Yan didn't say nothing, only staring down at the kneeling girl in silence. Perhaps that silence emboldened her, but Ning Yu kept going and her tone was more confident than the last as well. They abandoned Auntie Ning before, so why are they showing up suddenly? It would have been better if they never appeared. That last bit made Bai Yan narrow her eyes in because she had caught onto something in her words. Ning Yuan knows I'm Bai Ning's real daughter, that's true, but why is this Ning Yu also so certain? Based on my face alone can't prove anything, unless these two have met prior to this gathering. Then that's when a plan hatches itself in the lady's mind once she thought up to here. Mother, in the end this Ning Yu did stay with you for many years, for that, I will show mercy today and only throw her out. Afterwards, she and you will have no connection ever again. Bai Ning actually became surprised by the lenient judgment. Yenner, you're not going to dispose of her? Showing a faint grin in order to not let the girl pick up on her scheme, it's fine, I can handle this. She can leave now. Bai Ning wanted to say more there, but when confronted with her daughter's reassuring smile, she ends up swallowing whatever words that's still in there. Alright, I won't get involved with this matter then. She then casts one final glance at the tearful-looking Ning Yu and sighed, no matter what, Ning Yu did accompany me for a long time. If you are going to do anything, I hope you can do it swiftly so she doesn't suffer. Ning Yu's eyes dilated wide in horror, not daring to look up to Bai Ning as her lips trembled in disbelief. Auntie Ning. That's all the girl could mutter out while she sobbed and despaired under her own doing. Sadly for her, the lady didn't give another glance her way with those closed eyes, which only made the situation all the more painful. Seeing things have come to this point with no possible return, Ning Yu slowly got up from the ground, her face bleak as a ghost. She naturally wanted to plead some more, but when confronted with the contemptible looks of all those around, she ends up walking for the outside instead to avoid those eyes. She let me down in the end. Bai Ning sighs after the petite figure went completely out of view. Perhaps the former Bai Ning would never have imagined she would turn her backs on the girl due to her behavior, but she has, and she too must live with the outcome. It's painful, but she knows this was the right choice. Dragon Flame, go follow her. Bai Yan didn't say anything aside from giving this order, which earned her a begrudging stare from the old goat who unwillingly did as told. Now, due to the show being over, the crowds of onlookers also dispersed, leaving only Bai Ning and the rest. Casting the bait, too, Mother, why did you let her go? Bai Xiachen asks after tugging at his mother's sleeve. Rubbing the boy's head as a sign of reassurance, Bai Yan dons the familiar shallow smile of a scheming fox, we're using her as bait to lure out the big fish. Enlightened on his face, the little steam bun blooms a lovely smile in return, I understand then, Mother is so thoughtful. Cast the bait to catch the big fish. The exchange between this mother and son has left Dragony, who had also come down from the room, all confused. Blinking her big eyes, "Mother, how come I can't understand what you and Gidge are saying? Are we going fishing? There's no need to go through that trouble, I can have those fish swim over to us instead." Thickening in her smile over that adorable comment, Bai Yen leans down to lift the little missy up. "Don't worry, you will understand in the future." Oh. Still not quite getting it, Dragony nevertheless nodded her head like a good daughter that she was. "Mother and Gidge is always right, I only need to listen." Meanwhile on the other side, Bai Ning has fallen into a contemplative state. "Yenner, your intentions?" she asks after thinking it through. "Mother, there are some things you will only understand once your memories are restored, so I won't give you too much details." "Restoring my memory?" Quivering slightly in her posture, Bai Ning's eyes were full of excitement at that possibility. "I can really restore my memories? I can, remember my loved ones again?" Bai Yen nodded affirmatively. "I will find a way to restore your memories." Restoring a person's memory wasn't a difficult thing for her, she's only lacking the ingredients at the moment. Once she gets her hands on the necessary herbs and items, the task would be a piece of cake. Flushed red in the face over the wonderful future, Bai Ning had to take a good minute to calm herself as she spoke. "Before Ning, you told me I lost my memories because I was both traumatized from being abandoned by my family and then severely injured, but I always felt like I wasn't and that they are waiting for me somewhere. I know they must be looking for me still, my heart has always told me that." During her entire speech, Bai Ning's gaze never once left Bai Yan's face, like she's anticipating some sort of answer. However, the expected verbal replies never came, rather it's a physical reply in the form of a hug. "Don't worry, your loved ones never abandoned you, they all love you very much." Grandfather, Bai Chongfeng, never stopped thinking about mother after she disappeared, and uncle, Bai Zhanpeng, always searched for her everywhere as well despite his own illness, both of them dearly wishes to reunite with her. And then there's father, he nearly lost his sanity because he yearned to be with mother after they separated. No matter, mother will know all this soon enough. Casting her eyes downward, Bai Ning's lips eventually drew a faint smile over those comforting words. "I also believe they would never abandon me. The reason I kept pushing myself to grow stronger is because of that reason, it's to meet them one day." "Yenner, do you know I've always had the same dream over and over again through all these years? In that dream, I was running around carrying a blood-soaked baby, and I remember the child's appearance. She was so cute, just like a doll, smooth and pearly white, totally different from those crumpled-up faces of other babies. Casting the bait, 3, that's why I always suspected I had a daughter prior to my memory loss, and it's also the reason why I turned my feelings of that to Ningyu. Perhaps she also felt my emotions and reacted, that's why she's finding this so unfair and did what she did." Bai Ning sighed at the thought. "I've really made a mistake and shouldn't have done what I did. Now that girl will suffer a hurt for a lifetime because of me. If only I had been a bit colder, not taken care of her so much, then perhaps her heart wouldn't have mistaken me for a mother. Yenner, all of this is my fault in the end. If you really want to take her life, I hope you can give her a swift death and not make it painful, okay?" Bai Yen mildly nodded towards that guilty expression. "Okay, I promise you." Bai Ning's heart undoubtedly became relieved somewhat over that reassurance. "I do not know whether it's my misconception or not, but I always felt very close to you and Xiaofan. This kind of closeness is different from the type with Ningyu who kept me company for many years. Perhaps. I mean maybe, just maybe, you might be my missing daughter." Bai Yen instantly went stiff over that frankness and almost blurted out the truth. "Mother, am I not your daughter now? Xiaofan is also your grandson." No matter what, she's intent on coming forward with the truth only after Bai Ning regains her past memories, otherwise the possibility of things turning out wrong would be a real possibility. This wasn't just Bai Yen being overly cautious, rather it's from what she learned from the medical books she read about patients who were suddenly confronted with facts that they themselves would find suspicious and traumatic. Swish. Swish! Swish! Exactly then, a huge gust of wind blew in from the entrance, causing the windows and doors to flap and rattle non-stop. Bai Yan first pricked her brows at the sudden intrusion, but her puzzlement soon turned to surprise at the sight of an elderly individual who came in, followed closely by a huge number of demons littering the streets. Yener! Bai Ning reacted immediately and cried out, shielding her daughter with her own body from the unknown demons, "Who are you people?" The elder acted like he didn't hear the lady's question and made a bow to Bai Yan and her children. "Queen, Prince, His Majesty tasked me to come find you. He's been missing you dearly during your times of absence." Bang! From out of the blue without giving any warning, a swinging punch had come flying at the unsuspecting elder and hit him dead in the stomach. Groaning from shock at being attacked, the senior's first reaction was to stare at his assailant. In that moment, his brain literally exploded in a flash. Who is this woman? Why is she so similar to Her Highness in appearance? And that expression, it's like I'm some sort of great villain. This first elder rigidly turns to Bai Yan in order to seek some sort of answer. "Queen, she is?" Twitching in the corner of her mouth, the demon queen almost didn't know how to reply. She is my mother." Staring wide in astonishment, first elder wanted to cry foul. Why is the queen's mother attacking me? Did I offend her in some way? Why would she attack me as soon as I arrive? Just when the poor puzzling elder was still pondering on his own course of action in this case, Bai Ning had already reached over to the side and smashed a leg off of a chair to use as her weapon. Aggressive and intimidating in her stance, "How dare you people still come find my daughter?" Casting the bait, am I not supposed to come find Her Highness? Why is the Queen's mother so angry? Have I done something? First elder asks with an aggrieved face. Mother, Bai Yan tried to explain but was promptly cut off by the powerful look from her own mother. You don't have to say anything. Today, no one is allowed to take you away. Before I wasn't around so these people were able to pick on you and my grandson, but not anymore. Pick on the queen, and the prince? Twitching in the corner of his mouth, first elder couldn't complain about half of that because it's partially true. The king picking on the prince is true, but when have the king picked on the queen? It can't be. The queen's mother found out about that incident where someone impersonated the king and drove the queen away and hurt the young prince? Thinking up to here, the elder hurriedly wiped away the trickle of sweat from his forehead. Madam Bai, it's a misunderstanding, I can explain. Explain what? Bai Ning furiously swings the chair leg around in the air until she eventually locks it point blank into first elder's face. You bunch drove my daughter and grandson out from their home first, so don't come asking them back just because you feel like it. Scram. All of you scram. Out of consideration for my daughter's sake, I won't hurt any of you. But if you continue to stay and make trouble, then don't blame me for not being kind. Bai Yan's face was pitch black at this point over what's being said. She naturally knew her son had said plenty of bad things about Di Tsang in front of her mother Bai Ning, but to cause this level of a reaction was, well, damning. So, after looking at the dumbfounded and nervous first elder, she then turns to her mother and said, "Mother, it's all Xiaofan's nonsense. Di Tsang, Yener, I know you can't let go of that man and want to defend him, but I will never let him hurt you anymore. My daughter is the best in the world, so you will be matched with the best, of course. If he breaks your heart, then why should you keep him inside?" In Bai Ning's view, her son-in-law must be impeccable in order to match her impeccable daughter. Anything lesser would be an instant out. But mother, everything really isn't like that, it's Xiaofan stretching the story. Growing urgent now, Bai Yan continues to defend her husband before things get completely out of hand. You don't need to keep defending him, Yener. How old is Xiaofan? There's no way he would lie. From what I can see, these people are only here to take you back without caring for you. Don't worry, I won't let them get their way and make you suffer again. When a person's face goes so dark that it's turning white, you know things are getting desperate, and that's exactly what's happening to Bai Yan in this case. Xiaofan, hurry and explain the matter to your grandmother. The poor lady almost sounded pleading to her own boy. Oh, puckering his lip, the boy begrudgingly did as told using his innocent face. Grandmother, my father is actually not bad. Although I hate it when he keeps my mother's attention all to himself, but he's sincere to us nevertheless. Really? Said Bai Ning with a doubtful voice. Due to all the salt added by the boy during their time together, the grandmother had a lot of trouble believing Di Tsang to be a good person. Heck, she still didn't believe but won't go against the boy's cuddly and innocent face. Bai Xiaofan nodded in earnest. I wanted to stay with you, so I made the story up about us being mistreated by baddie father. Grandmother, I really like you, can you become our family for real?